Watching the Hearst mansion in the exclusive San Francisco suburb of Hillsborough is a 24-hour-a-day job for the scores of news reporters and cameramen assigned to the case. The interior of the house is off-limits to reporters. Inside, members of the family watch over telephone lines, anxiously awaiting any word from the kidnappers. When Patricia Hearst's parents speak to the press, and that has been an almost daily occurrence, they do so from the steps of the mansion. After those news conferences, television films are rushed to San Francisco, 25 miles away, for broadcast. The grounds around the Hearst mansion have become an outdoor press center. News organizations have installed special private telephone lines in the trees. The neighborhood in which the mansion is located has become a large parking lot filled with the cars and trucks of newsmen and television technicians. The only way the Hearsts have been able to communicate with their daughter has been through the news media.
ABC.
Yes, of course.
So, while all the activity outside their home may have been disconcerting at times, it is perhaps also comforting to the parents, Mr. and Mrs. Randolph Hearst, who know that the lines of communication to their daughter are open round the clock. Ann Kestner, ABC News, Hillsborough, California.
Well, I'd like you one more.
Who gave you that?
Do me a favor, Joe.
Five beats and go.
So, while all the activity outside their home may have been disconcerting at times, it is perhaps also comforting to the parents, Mr. and Mrs. Randolph Hearst, who know that the lines of communication to their daughter are open round the clock. Ann Kestner, ABC News, Hillsborough, California.
Stand by. One more time.
Cut, please, 1 second. Cut.
Stand by, going 5.
So, while all the activity outside their home may have been disconcerting at times, it is perhaps also comforting to the parents, Mr. and Mrs. Randolph Hearst, who know that the lines of communication to their daughter are open round the clock. Ann Kestner, ABC News, Hillsborough, California.
Stand by. 5 seconds to go.
So, while all the activity outside their home may have been disconcerting at times, it is perhaps also comforting to the parents, Mr. and Mrs. Randolph Hearst, who know that the lines of Cut, please.
Rolling over. 5 beats and go. 5.
So, while all the activity outside their home may have been disconcerting at times, it is perhaps also comforting to the parents. I was 21 in that other... What?
5 seconds to go.
So, while all the activity outside their home may have been disconcerting at times, it is perhaps also comforting to the parents, Mr. and Mrs. Randolph Hearst, who know that the lines of communication to their daughter are open round the clock. Ann Kestner, ABC News, Hillsborough, California.
No good.
The FBI, I suppose, makes the identifications. I'm not sure it's a positive identification.
Mr. Hearst, were you aware of that story before it was published? Did they check with you? A story like that conceivably could be harmful to your daughter. Were you aware of the story before publication?
No, I was aware there was a story about this man, but I didn't read the story itself. I think you have to understand that we don't own the Chronicle. There's some, there's some feeling that the Hearst interests are, we're independent editorially. And I was asked if I had any objection to running the story being run. Would it hurt? I had not read the story, and I said no, I didn't think it would because the other part of the media had it.
So you did know about the Chronicle story before it was published?
I knew that people thought they could identify this man. That is what I knew. I didn't know about the story itself.
Mr. Hearst, are you concerned that your daughter perhaps might be in more danger now than she was previously because of the publishing of the story?
Patty is well. I believe she's well. I think if I do what I can to distribute some food to poor people, I think I hope at least they will believe that I'm honest with them. Now that's as far as we can go. I don't think speculating on who is involved or somebody who isn't particularly identified at this moment, positively, things like that, and
Is there a problem of...
sit down and talk about.
When do you anticipate having a plan to present?
I really don't know. It would, as soon as we can, but I think it would be a couple of days yet.
Mr. Hearst, would you expect that the SLA or whoever has your daughter, or you assume it's them, can again provide you with further proof that she is well?
Oh, I think they can if they want to. In other words, if they send a message with their voice on it, yes.
And accepting it under the circumstances.
What's the question?
The food is distributed under the plan, or at least a proposal. There seems to be indications that the people
To pick it up can go in. Now, I don't know the details of this yet.
Mr. Hearst, it sounds as if you're getting ready in your counteroffer to make an offer not nearly as large as they demanded of you. Is that the correct impression
There's
we're
no
getting?
counter offer. I'm going to do what I can as a sign of good faith.
Involved are in these negotiations trying to work out
No,
the implementation.
I'm sorry, no.
Okay, thank you.
It wouldn't mean anything, and I'd get half of them wrong.
Mr. Hearst, has the FBI given you any indication that they can identify kidnappers?
No. That's what I say. I think when you check with the FBI, you'll find out that they don't know whether this is an accurate identification or not.
They haven't spoken.
Now, this is what they've said. I've read in the paper. They haven't talked to me about it yet. But I don't think it's important. If the man is there and he's involved, I think other people are involved. We assume we're dealing with people who are honest and in their beliefs, at least. And this is one man.
Have you had any further word from the kidnappers?
No.
Across the street.
No counter offer. They haven't even said that they'd release her. If we did what they demand, no matter what you do, the distribution problem is very difficult, and there are some legal problems that we're looking into. We'll meet here this afternoon, and we'll start to iron out something, and when we have something, I'll come back and not only give it to you here, but in a written form to the press.
What are the legal problems?
I can't go into that here. I'm sorry. There are some legal problems. Supposedly, it's criminal to distribute funds through extortion. So all I can do now, in my opinion, is to try to, by my own efforts, create an aura of goodwill, or at least a willingness to sit down and listen to some of the complaints. Now, I don't see how I can do anything else.
Mr. Hearst, could you please tell us who the parties...
I think that's all I can say. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Got a story.
That's where McCoy lives, huh, Larry?
And the idea, you want to get each person's name,
what they order, and the amount of money, right?
Sheriff, fit that EC to it? Okay. That wasn't.
Anything at all?
No.
got one good thing
to do. And what I'd hope to do would be to give the food to people who really do need it.
Mr. Hearst, is the
And not just assume anybody with a card. Are there any questions?
Mr. Hearst, there's been numerous stories about a gentleman named Sink who's been identified as a member. Would you care to comment on these allegations that they've identified one of the alleged kidnappers?
Would not be willing to accept the food.
And that's all I can do.
We, the inmates of San Quentin, would like to offer you our sympathies, hopes, and prayers in behalf of your daughter's plight. Continue to have faith in God and know that ours, along with many others, prayers are with you in your time of need. And it's signed Tyrone C. French, President of the Men's Advisory Council at San Quentin State Prison.
Okay.
I'm Jay Bosworth, Mr. Hearst's son-in-law, and he asked me to come out and speak with you this morning. As you know, we received a letter purporting to be a fifth communique from the Symbionese Liberation Army yesterday afternoon. It was mailed to KPFA, and we went up and picked it up. And after examining it, I think we, at least in the family, are fairly sure that it's fraudulent. The demands it makes are, of course, things that Mr. Hearst is completely unable to fulfill, that he turn over Pepperdine College. And although we do believe from the way it was written, from the way it was addressed, from the mailing location, which was in Los Angeles, that it's not a real letter from the Symbionese Liberation Army, we did feel we had to go ahead and publish it, and he's asked the examiner to publish it in full, as the letter requested. Now, yesterday, Mr. Bates visited us here and told us really not a great deal of new information. He emphasized that the identifications which have been made and publicized by just about everyone by now are still tentative. They, although these pictures have been shown around and publicized, he said that they can't be positive that the people mentioned in connection with the kidnapping are definitely the ones. As far as the guy who goes by the name of Sin Q goes, he's it's a name that's he apparently had used either in prison or after his escape, and really in a situation like that, there's no way that he could have expected his name not to have been linked with the SLA when it appeared on the communique and on the tape. So we want to again thank everybody here, and I want to do it not only as a member of the family but personally. I'm a reporter, a newspaper reporter myself. I've been for only about a year and a half, but I've worked a number of different stories, and I know just what you're all going through, and the empathy and the cooperation has just been fantastic. I do have a letter here, one of many we've received from sympathizers, and I thought you might be interested. It's dated February 12th. It's to Mr. and Mrs. Hearst.
The family, that publication of these pictures of suspects, identification, isn't there some concern that this might panic the kidnappers into harming Patricia?
Well, of course, we're extremely, there's a lot of anxiety here, and this is only one of many things about the case that have worried us from the beginning, but I think it was inevitable if, as has been reported, this man, Sin Q, used his name. He must have expected it to leak out somehow. And as Mr. Bates said yesterday, there's a possibility it could even help Patty because at least because these two tentative identifications have been made.
Jay, is it the family's belief that the Freeze, who call themselves Q, is the kidnapper, or does that reflect the FBI?
Well, of course, it's not up to us to make the positive identifications, and we can only go on what we've been told. As a matter of fact, we learned about it through the press, and it was widely published. And as I said before, Mr. Bates has said that these are still tentative identifications. Everything he's told us indicates that there is some possibility that someone is either impersonating these men or that they are entirely different men.
Mr. Hearst said yesterday that he anticipated holding some meetings yesterday afternoon here. We didn't see any.
Well, the pressure, no, it's in there now. 2,000, we don't have an exact count. I'm just giving you a rough estimation that we've had about 2,000 in the last few days, and we've had many telegrams as well.
And how much money? Contributions?
I don't have a count on that either. I knew it's nothing approaching some of the speculation, some of the reports. A number of people really stay here and to continue to put our heads together and come up with a plan that's just as far as we can possibly go.
Do you know yet when you'll have the plan ready for publication?
No, I can't say put a specific date on it, but I just have to say that as soon as possible.
Can you give us some idea of the mechanics of what Mr.
Out of the question for him to attempt to arrange a food distribution plan on the scale of the SLA has asked. Be assured that he's doing everything he possibly can.
Well, I understand that Mr. Hearst has asked the president of the East Los Angeles Community College to help in distributing food on the campus there.
Is it correct that 20th is... one last...
Write his name. No, you know what I want to do with so let me have a couple of photographs and then anything ideally.
is absolutely imperative for the safety of Patty and for the people in the communities that we build a very rapid and strong community relationship where the community can have their people working with us to make sure that we're able to service the needs of the people in that community.
More food arrived during the day at the San Francisco warehouse, all of it to be given to the poor as demanded by the kidnappers of Patricia Hearst. Tuesday will be the next distribution day. Last Friday, the giveaway was marred by disorganization and recipients fighting over the food. This time, officials say the food centers will be well stocked ahead of time and they'll be in bigger quarters. Ludlow Kramer, the man who's running the People in Need program, said yesterday the new procedures should eliminate last week's problems. Meanwhile, at the Hearst home, the family and newsmen are still waiting for word from the kidnappers. Randolph Hearst said he's done all he can. The next move is up to the kidnappers. Dick Shoemaker, ABC News, San Francisco.
We put together in 4 days something that should have taken 3 to 6 months. It was done on a hope and a gamble that we could show to the SLA the intent of feeding the people. Yesterday, there is no question in our minds that a great many problems arose, and we certainly do not deny that. To those who were injured, I apologize. To those who did not get the food that they wanted, I apologize. And to those who did not get the balanced food that they desired, I apologize. What we're saying now is we're not talking about a one-shot $70 program. We're talking about a year-in, year-out food program, 3 times a week at this time, maybe 4 if needed, to match the needs of each given community. We will shift our operation from a 3-day operation in the future to a 2-day operation. We will be open Tuesdays and Fridays. The Tuesday and Friday openings will be geared with the amount of food we purchase and the manpower that we will bring aboard, so that it will be our intent that nobody will go away without receiving the total allocation of food during the hours that we are open. It is our belief that we have carried out the demands of the SLA, and therefore it is our belief that they should release Patty. If Patty is released, the corporation is supplied with $2 million additional dollars at this point, and another $2 million on January. Never been a real problem.
I hope Peggy got a room last night.
What?
I hope Peggy got a room last night.
Yeah, we were cold at night.
I want it recorded.
And we have colds.
We have a cold.
We have a cold. Sounds good. So does Pat Colton. So she'll be here.
We didn't need it.
I talked to the coalition this morning, quite early this morning, informed them of the press conference, and they may be here, or they may not, but they have been informed under our agreement. This is really to bring you up to date on where we stand, and then, of course, to answer any questions you may have. First of all, the assessment of yesterday, we believe it was relatively successful. It was successful for 4 main reasons. First of all, that the community that we served, the communities that we served, and the community leaders. Secondly, that we were able to get the food to the sites prior to the people arriving. And just for your information, it took all the needs of all the people that went to the 10 centers that we had. and secondly, that we did run out of food way before we were able to stay open the number of hours that we had announced. Therefore, under the stock that we have available in the warehouse now and that we know will come in today, we will not open tomorrow. The program was also successful, and I think many of you were around during the last 24 hours because of the volunteers, not only at this end that worked the warehouse, that worked the trucks, etc., but the volunteers from the community level as well. I received a call about 20 minutes ago from Randolph Hearst personally asking me to thank the community leaders, the volunteers, for the work they did. We believe from our operation, which is separate than Mr. Hearst's, and I believe Mr. Hearst believes, that we have carried out the demands of the SLA, and that if the SLA believes that the program I have just outlined to you, or that the program that was carried out yesterday does not meet their demands, that they communicate immediately with us or with the Hearst family. The only other subject matter that we would like to bring up at this point is that there has been confusion over whether the building we are present. We have had some very, very nice meetings with the leadership of the company, and the company has informed us that we may have 4 locations where we did lose some of the goods prior to the public, the opening for public. We had one site where we lost about 25 to 40% of the merchandise. We had another site where we lost about 10%. We had some locations where individuals came back a second or third time, but I think those can all be taken care of as community leaders at the site become more directly involved with the program.
What are your operating?
Fresh fruit and fresh vegetables.
When you open Tuesday again, will it be at 10 o'clock in the morning?
Yes. Statements of 100,000 people a day for 1 year, or excuse me, 100,000 people a month for 1 year, was predicated under the program that we had in the state. You can't talk anymore. Fresh fruit. Those products in the open market today are, 1, unavailable as free items, and number 2, are extremely difficult to purchase. I believe I'm correct, Peggy, that we're going to the Midwest and almost the East Coast in some of our shipments that are en route now, so that instead of being able to say, well, here's a company that has a supplemental type of hamburger or a supplemental cold meat, we must say who can sell us roasts, chickens, turkeys, and whatever the price is, we have to pay. Okay, Peg?
You know, to explain one problem that we had originally intended to go with a ham as well as a chicken yesterday. We found out Wednesday that there was no way that that ham was coming in on time. And I spent about 3 hours on the phone trying to locate fresh meat just within the state of California to get it here. And there was no way that there was anyone, even in a combination form, you know, like 3 or 4 local companies, that could provide us 20,000 units of meat.
And of course, under the community leadership, be decided on how it is distributed.
In other words, you're saying that this organization could be defunct by the time that other $2 million becomes available.
I'd like to respond to that because of our experiences in the state of Washington. I think that some...
So the 2 questions. Question number 1 is we have no direct information ourselves, although some of the volunteers in the field believe so, as to who actually ripped off the food in the locations where it was ripped off. The coalition people, generally speaking, have worked with us to make the program work, and we will continue to work with them. Secondly, do you want to answer the one on that?
Okay.
Because
I think
let Peggy answer the second one.
I think what you're talking, the hog food that you're mentioning is a shipment of beans that is arriving this morning. It's from a bean company.
Oh, no, it's being able to meet the demands of the community and the SLA to the quality of food. We just simply can't get, by tomorrow morning, the fresh meats, vegetables, fruit, etc. in that package. No, it's not the fatigue factor. We're ready to go from that point of view. Thank you all. We will issue, I don't think we need a press conference for it, we will issue Monday site locations, time locations, things of that nature through Lee. Thank you very much.
One reporter, and he's not there.
Mr. Kramer, I was just in East Palo Alto, and the situation is less than minor.
Mr. Kramer, why don't you stop and talk to us just for a moment? Could you...
I'm carrying out the wishes of the family.
One moment?
And the way.
Excuse me.
I want you to notice this quick getaway that this
Get out.
One, okay.
Yeah, it really is. They thought it was much. Yeah. They thought it was much. Maybe they're over the video band. No,
But, let's say, this other
By myself. Excuse me. I'm around on
There we go. One. Go.
Watch the mic.
Sorry to be a little late. I'll be out as soon as I can.
I think it's open, Jeff.
I'm sorry.
Good morning again, I think. This will be a two-parter, and then, of course, any questions that any of you have. The first part will be in regards to yesterday. The second part will be an analysis between the SLA's proposal and PIN's proposal. We received a telegram this morning that said there are very few people who are willing to try and create change. People in need have tried. 4 days ago we had nothing, and in 4 days we have created the largest private volunteer organization in the history of this country. Were mistakes made yesterday? Yes. A great many mistakes were made yesterday. But they were mistakes that we had to take the chance on because we had a commitment. When the third tape came in on Wednesday, we did not know until 3:30 in the afternoon whether we had a program to go or not. At 3:30, the decision was made to go with the original PIN proposal and not the new 30-day, $70 proposal. To those individuals that were hurt, I personally apologize. To those individuals who did not receive the food that they felt they were entitled to, I apologize. And to those individuals who received no food at all, I apologize. We will, on Tuesday, be back in operation. We will have 2 to 3 times as many food banks as we had yesterday, which was one of our problems. We will have new locations that will be much larger in both area of individuals being able to have a place to stand and in areas of being able to get the food properly distributed. Some have said that we did not work closely enough with community leaders. That is also certainly partially true. Time was our factor. We had a volunteer last night, just for the heck of it, add up. Peggy Mays and I have 458 urgent telephone messages that we have not returned at this point. And so, coalition. We will be working very, very closely with community leaders and the coalition. I think if you look at the 4 locations, you will find in that area where community involvement was totally there, we had no problems. In East Palo Alto, we served over 3,000 people with literally no problems whatsoever. In one location, we lost total control where all our people were removed from an area, and we were unable to service the needs of the community by any of our people. The food that you saw thrown at people off of trucks were not our people. We were unable to get our food in many places, in many cases, but that will not happen again because we have a 3-day lead time now. In regards to the analysis, which will just simply be a relatively 2-3 minute document of the 2 proposals. Number 1, the SLA requests that no names be taken, forms filled out, and questions asked. PIN totally agrees with that request, so there is no difference of opinion there at all. Number 2, SLA program designates specific areas. Within these designated areas that they have recommended or proposed or told us to do, there is 115,000 citizens who fall below the poverty line. This represents 1 out of every 10 Californians who are below the poverty line. People in need is determined that the other 90%, or over 1 million people, have the same opportunity to receive food when they are hungry. Number 3, SLA wants to feed the people in their specific area for 1 month. People's in need is determined to provide food on a continuing basis to all the people. And I think this becomes one of the keys and one of the situations of yesterday. Yesterday was like a one-shotter to many people. It was the first time that food was made available. And I think the tremendous response of people going to the center certainly proves the need. Under the formula that SLA has proposed, the $6 million to be spent in 30 days, we could probably match that with private donations of food of about 1,200,000. In a month's period, taking the total number of businesses available, that's probably how much additional money we could raise, or food we could raise. And that would give us, therefore, in a 30-day period, about $7.2 million. Our question would be, what about next month? What about the next month? What about the month after? Under People's in Need program, we believe the $2 million base figure, and we're using that at the moment, can multiply out to approximately $20 million that can go on month after month after month. And so therefore, we believe very strongly that the SLA is correct in the sense that people need funds, that people need the additional money. We are not questioning that at all. And the 4,000 volunteers that are working on this program believe the same thing. But we believe that it must be and can be an ongoing program. The SLA's proposal and people, the differences are going to be this. First of all, only one location fed a great many people into a single street, into a single area, and people do not like any groups to mill in large numbers that way. Number two, we had not been able to build the community leadership that is there and wants to become involved. Number three, we are obviously going to have to lengthen the total number of hours that are available for people to come and get the food. And number four, we will be able to get all the food out there prior to opening. We'll not have to bring additional trucks in later, so that as people come to the center or centers, they will be able to get their food immediately and go on back home to their kids or to their job, things of that nature.
Could you misjudge the situation, Mr. Kramer?
We had 8 to 10 to 12 volunteers at each center, which we believed would be adequate. We obviously should have had 30 or 40. Some things certainly not as an excuse, because it is our responsibility. We were given 3 forklift trucks for yesterday, and all 3 broke down immediately, so we could not move the food onto the trucks and get them out. We had to manually do it. Lots of things, we made mistakes, but we have set the base for a program that can work, and we created a program that was absolutely necessary from our point of view to create in 4 days.
Mr. Kramer,
There were some people that ripped us off, yes, no question about it. Palo Alto, where there was no problems, there were certain individuals calling for, let's rip off, let's attack, things of that nature. But generally speaking, it was that we had not been able to build the total community support in each area that we should have in the short period of time.
how about organizations working actively to disrupt?
Oh, I think, I don't know. I don't know by organizations. I do know that from the pictures we saw last night, from the people we've talked to, that it was not our people who was throwing the food, things of that nature, but some other, whether they were organized or whether they were individuals, I can't tell you. But with community support, I think we can pretty well end that.
Would you say there was a great lack of both sympathy and gratitude on the part of many people who got the food yesterday or tried to towards Patty Hearst and her parents?
No, I think what happened was a situation whereby expectations were there that we did not properly meet. It's to size of locations, availability of people to handle it, things of that nature. And rumors started awfully quickly. Boy, the total number of deaths that we received in the office, the total number of destruction of property, things of that nature. And once rumors start, then you get into a more mob situation as opposed to the other. The basic concept, though, of most people, I think, is that it'll be all right. Well, my plea to you would be this, that I think you obviously have a legitimate role in society, and we did not ask you not to. The availability of news at the sites did not help. There's no question about that. Quite a few ugly phone calls. As you know, one cameraman was hurt and taken away in ambulance. There will be uptightness. One of the feelings of some of the leaders were not on show to sell. First part will be dealing with yesterday. Second part will be dealing with the demands that were presented to the Hearst family as to the SLA's type of program they want versus the PIN program in effect. In regards to yesterday, we got a telegram this morning that said there are very few people who are willing to try and create change. People in need have tried. 4 days ago, there was no organization established at all in California. And in 4 days, over 4,000 people became involved in the largest volunteer program in the history of this country. To the photographer that was hurt, we apologize. But in those cases where people in need was able to maintain control of the situation with our personnel, like in East Palo Alto, where over 3,000 people were served, there was very little problems. We will, by Tuesday, double to triple our outlets. One of the big problems was by having simply one outlet. For instance, in San Francisco, people from all communities came down to it. Secondly, we will get new locations and larger locations, such as old supermarkets or buildings like that, where a lot of parking, a lot of area is available to people. We have been criticized by some leaders for not returning their calls.
That is true. One of the volunteers checked, and between the three of us upstairs, we have 458 urgent phone calls that we had not returned. So it is true, we did not keep in as close a contact with the people as we should have. We met with the new coalition yesterday about 2 o'clock. We are meeting again with the new coalition today in regards to the difference between the two demands, where we will outline those areas that we think the PIN program should continue. And I think yesterday proved something very, very important, that a one-shot food program does not work, that it creates chaos. And yesterday, to a great many people, was a one-shot food program, in that that was the first time that food was available. And we are convinced that a long-range program, whereby it will not be a newsworthy thing, and certainly nothing against the press, but there were a lot of people uptight that they were being filmed, that there were cameras around, and obviously I totally accept your responsibility as men and women of the press to do your job. But as we get into a normal 3 times a week or 4 times a week situation where people can go and get food, I'm convinced that it will work very, very successfully. The analysis between the two programs would be as follows. Number 1, the SLA requests that no names be taken, forms filled out, or questions asked. PIN totally agrees with the SLA request in that matter, and we stated so well over a week ago. Number 2, the SLA program designates specific areas. Within these designated areas, 115,000 people fall below the poverty level. This represents 1 out of 10 people in California that fall below the poverty level. The need is determined to provide food on a continuing basis to all people who are hungry. SLA wants $6 million spent on food in the areas they have chosen over a 30-day period. Using our formula of how much money, how much free food can be brought in started to come around the area, we couldn't get our trucks in with additional food. So if we have larger locations where we can stockpile a lot more food the day before they open for the people, then we can accomplish that fact. We also have to have community cooperation, and very deep community cooperation. And in 4 days, we simply did not have the time, and that is our fault maybe, but our desires were so strong to help Patty Hearst that we could not put together the leadership in each community the way we should. So community involvement.
What do you mean by new coalition, Lud, and what role are they going to play? I don't see that they're not here today. Are they going to have a leadership role?
I call the new coalition the third tapes demand that WAPAC come into it. They have come into it, and also in that demand was that if other organizations wanted to join, they could. And so that's what I mean by the...
What are they going to be doing? Are they going to be
Well, they certainly will take a very active leadership role. They will be the...
It had a lot to do with it, and everything fell apart. Will they be in on it from now on, or be going to other people?
That will be up to the new coalition.
What was your personal reaction to what happened in East Oakland and the reaction of the Hearst family?
I think I cannot speak for the Hearst family. We talked last night on other matters, but we did not discuss the reaction per your question. We discussed how we can make it a better program and how it can work, and I believe they're in accord with it. My reaction, obviously, I was sad. I was sorry that people were hurt and that we did not fulfill the needs of people. I would like to point out, though, that we can find no evidence, and certainly if you can, we'd like to know about it, that any volunteer of people in need in any way was derogatory to any citizen in this community. The throwing of food, the other instances that took place, the pelting of lettuce to people, was not performed by anyone connected with peoples in need.
What about the people who were inside that truck? Weren't they volunteers to people in need?
being tossed out of the truck.
That is correct, but not by our people.
Who tossed it
Who
out?
are they? Who tossed it?
I don't know, but they are not our people. That's all I'm simply saying.
Do you have some
Is-
reason to think that there may have been some planned provocation to try and create some of the turmoil yesterday?
Sure, there was some rip-offs from people. I can't tell you who, but sure, no question about it. In East Palo Alto, I'm sorry, I'm very tired this morning. I'll say it someday, put my teeth back in. We know some agitators were yelling for let's riot, let's rip them off. But we had good people out there. We had some strong community leaders out there, and that program was carried out in a just about relatively calm manner, where over 3,000 people received a relatively balanced program. And it was the leadership of our people and community leaders in that situation that made it work relatively calmly.
Don't you think that might be possibly due to the location of that particular center, where it wasn't in the core of the city?
Oh, I think it
There was adequate food sent out. Some of the food did not arrive in the center because the trucks were turned back with the rest of the menu on it.
Now, have you any idea of how much food you plan to give each person when they come next time?
We give what the person needs. We will pre-package basics. But if a person comes in and we have, we had enough volunteers we believed at each center, well, I'll tell you, we're going to have 5 to 6 times as many volunteers at each center next time. And if a mother comes in and says, I have 3 babies, then we'll add a lot more milk to that one. So again, it's a need. What does the person need that we are trying to create and will create in the area?
Hunter's Point.
Carry it out as well as we should have. And again, that is our responsibility. And we were having some good days and everyone said we were great, and we're having some bad days now and we're getting the hell kicked out of it. That's okay. We're still here and we're all forgetting 2 things. Number 1, Patty Hearst, and number 2, an awful lot of hungry people out there that can be fed, and we're going to make sure that within our ability, both areas are taken care of.
I think that we've had more
Time it takes to meet with community leaders to build up the necessary relationship is priority number 2. We have the staff that is already purchasing the food.
Turkey is terrific.
Don't you think it would be better if you put the food in bags so you...
Okay.
Well, a lot of people are saying that, a lot of people online yesterday had the understanding that they were...
Decided not to accept the $70 one-shot program of the Liberation Army, but to continue the People's in Need program. We went to you, in effect, and said, we're going with 4 locations under the present plan. So I think that's the confusion, is that you rightly so published what the demand was. We came back and said no, and let's face it, you've been in the business as long as I have. The second story is never as big as the first. So eventually move into. They may need food supplement once a week or twice a week. There may be parts of downtown that need it 4 days a week. Those will be worked out with community leaders.
What volume of food do you physically have at this moment?
Physically, a total reorder.
In the warehouse?
A total reorder. She has ordered the food. It's starting to come in today.
Some, I don't know really the actual dollar value. We have ordered food. We are continuing to order food. Physically, it's difficult.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
Where can we get some pictures of some activity in the warehouse and food coming in, arriving?
In our warehouse.
What happened? Is that all?
Yeah, every day I've been down here, they've had me on my
Okay. Come out and tell us. Really.
All right, this is take number 1, the voice track. Take number 1.
When Randolph Hearst or any other member of the family leaves the Hearst home in the exclusive San Francisco suburb of Hillsborough, scores of news reporters and photographers scramble for pictures of the activity. There's a saying among photographers that decrees, if it moves, shoot it. And that's exactly what's been happening outside the Hearst home 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Every morning, cameramen film the arrival of FBI agents and the U.S. mail at the house. Visitors, such as People in Need director Ludlow Kramer, are photographed going inside the residence.
Mr. Kramer, are you going to have any kind of a statement today?
You're going to be out a little
Are you
while
having
later?
a statement today, Mr. Kramer?
At 2 o'clock.
At the warehouse.
At the warehouse.
The quiet street on which the Hearsts live has been transformed into a radio and television studio. Outside the front door of the home are the cameras and lights and microphones. Trees along the street serve as telephone poles for the 4 special lines ordered by news organizations. The Hearst stakeout has an air of semi-permanence. Campers with stoves and refrigerators have been moved in by various news organizations to make the wait a little more tolerable for their employees. There's no indication here as to how long this wait will go on. In the beginning, news people guessed 1 or 2 weeks, but now it's been over a month, and reporters have stopped trying to predict when it will all be over. Ann Kessner, ABC News, Hillsborough, California.
The first film I shot in 4 days.
Excuse me, Dad.
Motorhome Lodge.
doing this morning?
Good. Tired.
Brave dog running.
This is one of the biggest breaking stories I think. Right at the top of the Mary Graves.
We're gonna have a 6 in there.
The 6 started out, so they broke it up when he brought it back.
In a servant's quarters next to the main house, the Hearsts provide hot coffee and soup for members of the news media. Sure beats standing outside in all kinds of weather every day of the week, waiting for something to happen. Ann Kessner, ABC News, Hillsborough, California. When little else is going on, card games flourish. Housekeeping is high on the list of chores for the news people in Hillsborough. There's even a daily trash pickup for the makeshift camper park. This is the ABC camper. It isn't exactly home, but it sure beats standing outside in all kinds of weather every day of the week, waiting for something to happen. Ann Kessner, ABC News, Hillsborough, California.
What they want in violation.
There's no indication here as to how long this wait will go on. In the beginning, news people guessed 1 or 2 weeks, but now it's been over a month, and reporters have stopped trying to predict when it will all be over. Ann Kessner, ABC News, Hillsborough, California. Okay. We're rolling? Yeah. Okay. There's no indication here as to how long this wait will go on. In the beginning, news people guessed 1 or 2 weeks, but now it's been over a month, and reporters have stopped trying to predict when it will all be over. Ann Kessner, ABC News, Hillsborough, California. There's no indication here as to how long this wait will go on. In the beginning, news people guessed 1 or 2 weeks, but now it's been over a month, and reporters have stopped trying to predict when it will all be over. Ann Kessner, ABC News, Hillsborough, California. There's no indication here as to how long this wait will go on. In the beginning, news people guessed 1 or 2 weeks, but now it's been over a month, and reporters have stopped trying to predict when it will all be over. Ann Kessner, ABC News, Hillsborough, California.
Good morning. How are you this morning?
Morning.
Where are the freelance forms? Cutaways. It's been more than a month and a half now since Patty Hearst was kidnapped, and almost a week since any communication between her family and...
MOS, no sound.
Okay, we're rolling.
Taking pictures?
They're in there. They're mad, man. Crazy.
Excuse me. You can tell it's a slow news day, sir.
Hi, can I talk to Vicky again? No cynicism, I know.
Okay, so do we, so,
I just looked at him and laughed. I said, go in now. I wouldn't go near that cage on a, for $1 million.
He's not hungry.
He said he's a tame lion. I said, there is no tame lion. I'm a little worried about some dogs,
Little cat. Gal comes out.
You feed him your hand.
Yeah. This gal brings out a
Good morning, young lady. How are you?
Thank you.
What they'll do is they'll take off a section. Yeah, it sets the iris on there.
Come on, Stephen.
Admiring the cameras.
Knowing how well we get along, I know what whole I'm going to be looking through.
We got a ton and a half of meat last year.
What do you know,
And I
sir?
still got the money.
front of the...
Right, I think she's going to be here. She sure is. She's got a very pleasant voice. It's rough over the beginning, and after that, I hope everybody realizes that.
Your name, I don't know.
Is it super in him?
I think I better get that iron.
My point is, we have got to think out loud.
Yeah, but they were...
No. Oh, yeah.
The one about... Oh, you just have eyes for my...
22.
22, 30...
She did.
Oh. What was that?
354.
Well, hey, I had nothing to do
Okay.
with it.
What is that now? What's it up to?
It's,
B, I
29 for 5, right?
no.
Why not? 15, 2, 15, 4, and 3 is 5.
Take that there.
News.
No, appreciate it.
TV guides, tales from outer space that are less hair-raising than they are side-splitting. TV Guide. KTO TV, San Francisco. The Game of the Stars. Password.
We all take turns making coffee and emptying the trash. It isn't exactly home, but it sure beats standing outside in all kinds of weather every day of the week, waiting for something to happen. Ann Kestner, ABC News, Hillsborough, California. We all take turns making coffee and emptying the garbage. It isn't exactly home, but it sure beats standing outside in all kinds of weather every day of the week, waiting for something to happen. Ann Kestner, ABC News, Hillsborough, California.
They were all good. I like one of them.
Following is the Ann Kestner narration track for Hearst Home, recorded Wednesday, February 27th in Hillsborough, California. When Randolph Hearst or any other member of the family leaves the Hearst home in the exclusive San Francisco suburb of Hillsborough, scores of news reporters and photographers scramble for pictures of the activity. There's a saying among photographers that decrees, if it moves, shoot it. And that's exactly what's been happening outside the Hearst home 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Every morning, cameramen film the arrival of FBI agents and the U.S. mail at the house. Visitors, such as People in Need director Ludlow Kramer, are photographed going inside the residence. News people covering the kidnapping are on what's called a stakeout, and a stakeout simply means waiting for something to happen. Because of the kidnapping, entire news bureaus have been moved to the San Francisco Bay Area. The quiet street on which the Hearsts live has been transformed into a radio and television studio. Outside the front door of the home are the cameras and lights and microphones. Trees along the street serve as telephone poles for the 4 dozen special lines ordered by news organizations. First, I want to check a level. The Hearst stakeout has an air of semi-permanence. In a servant's quarters next to the main house, the Hearsts provide hot coffee and soup for members.
Does anybody have more than one of them on?
Following is a pickup on take 1 of the Ann Kestner narration for Hearst Home. The Hearst stakeout has an air of semi-permanence. In a servant's quarters next to the main house, the Hearsts provide hot coffee and soup for members of the news media. Campers with stoves and refrigerators have been moved in by various news organizations to make the wait a little more tolerable for their employees. When little else is going on, card games flourish. Housekeeping is high on the list of chores for the news people in Hillsborough. There's even a daily trash pickup for the makeshift camper park. This is the ABC camper. It has special phones for calls to our radio and television desks in New York and San Francisco. Someone brought in a portable typewriter and a small TV set. That was end of take one. The last sentence should butt to the on-camera close. Following is take two, Ann Kessner narration for Hearst Home. Following is an off-camera reading of the on-camera close, in case for some reason the on-camera close does not work. We all take turns making coffee and emptying the garbage. It isn't exactly home, but it sure beats standing outside in all kinds of weather every day of the week, waiting for something to happen. Ann Kessner, ABC News, Hillsborough, California. End of track, take two. End of take two, Kessner narration for Hillsborough.
Good afternoon. I was going to release this, but I was asked to read it, so I'll be glad to do it. The coalition, chaired by WAPAC and the executive director of PIN, Ludlow Kramer, held a meeting this morning to iron out some of the problems in the food distribution program. I was present at the invitation of WAPAC because of my interest in the success of PIN and to ascertain whether a maximum effort is being put forth to meet the SLA demands. I thought the meeting went well. I'm glad I got the opportunity to sit down with this group, even if just as an observer. Sure, there have been some problems, but that's to be expected under the circumstances. A lot of state deliveries have been delayed due to gas shortage and other problems. This has caused scheduling problems at this end. It's been tough, but the coalition is doing a great job. They've worked very hard, and you've got to remember all these people working at the warehouse, driving trucks, passing out the food are volunteers, and they deserve a tremendous amount of credit. The incidents of pilferage and vandalism have been exaggerated. Only WAPAC and the community groups could have kept a potentially explosive situation under control. The food lines have been orderly, for the most part, despite late deliveries that have created some restlessness. I've been told that other centers will be open shortly. Chinatown has been mentioned. And by next Friday, I'm sure that PIN and the coalition will have solved most of the problems, and the program should be running smoothly. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
The investigation instituted by the FBI following the February 4, 1974 abduction of Patricia Hearst is continuing. The FBI will use all available resources and take all necessary action to carry out its responsibility to pursue this case to a successful conclusion. The welfare and safety of Ms. Hearst will remain primary concerns of all FBI personnel, as they have been from the outset.
Is everybody ready? Anybody not ready? Gentlemen, Mr. Kelly is going to make a statement, and for your benefit, he will make it twice. Following the statement, he will not entertain any questions concerning the statement. He will not entertain any questions regarding the statement. Mr. Kelly?
Now, do you want me to go through the second time? The investigation instituted by the FBI following the February 4, 1974 abduction of Patricia Hearst is continuing. The FBI will use all available resources and take all necessary action to carry out its responsibility to pursue this case to a successful conclusion. The welfare and safety of Ms. Hearst will remain primary concerns of all FBI personnel, as they have been from the outset.
So we had a little problem. Can you do that?
Whenever you say.
Go.
The investigation instituted by the FBI following the February 4, 1974 abduction of Patricia Hearst is continuing. The FBI will use all available resources and take all necessary action to carry out its responsibility to pursue this case to a successful conclusion. The welfare and safety of Ms. Hearst will remain primary concerns of all FBI personnel, as they have been from the outset. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very much. I hope you understand why we can't answer any questions.
Thank you very much.
I'm sorry. I don't want to yell at you,
Okay, we're rolling. How's the sound, Becky, all right?
Okay. Take one. Because of the delicacy of the situation, Kelly wouldn't say anything more, but it is understood here that regardless of that tape of last night, the FBI still considers Ms. Hearst a kidnapped victim and is proceeding on that basis. Herbert Kaplow, ABC News, at the FBI headquarters in Washington.
Okay, may I have another one, Herb? Let me make it slight angle change. Okay, anytime.
Take two. Because of the delicacy of the situation, Kelly wouldn't say anything more, but it is understood here that regardless of that tape of last night, the FBI still considers Ms. Hearst a kidnapped victim and is proceeding on that basis. Herbert Kaplow, ABC News, at the FBI headquarters in Washington.
May I have your one more now? I'm going to not make a big wide move.
Okay. Take three. Because of the delicacy of the situation, Kelly wouldn't say anything more, but it is understood here that regardless of the tape of last night, the FBI still considers Ms. Hearst a kidnapped victim and is proceeding on that basis. Herbert Kaplow, ABC News, at FBI headquarters in Washington. Let me give them another one on that, Bob. I was a little slow. Take four. Because of the delicacy of the situation, Kelly wouldn't say anything more, but it is understood here that regardless of the tape of last night, the FBI still considers Ms. Hearst a kidnapped victim and is proceeding on that basis. Herbert Kaplow, ABC News, at FBI headquarters in Washington.
I think that this activity has, of course, to some extent harmed the general performance of the FBI, inasmuch as there are some people who, in evaluating the effect of the Watergate inquiry, feel it has tarnished the credibility of the FBI. I seriously question whether or not this is a serious complaint on their part. I know from personal experience many people object to law enforcement in general, and they seize upon the available situation as one to explain why they do not want to cooperate.
Director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, Mr. Clarence M. Kelly. Mr. Kelly.
Thank you very much for coming. I had several of you for a meeting not long ago said that we would have press conferences from time to time. There is no significance to this press conference now, other than that I said we would have one, and here we are. I would just like to point out a few things preparatory to answering questions. I would like to point out first that May the 10th marks the 50th anniversary of Mr. Hoover's directorship had he lived, and that May 12 to 18 is National Police Week. The Hearst kidnapping case, of course, Patty Hearst was kidnapped February 4, 1974, at a residence in Oakland, California, by a group of individuals who have been identified as members of SLA and who have been charged with this as well as other activities. I'd be happy to answer any questions on those, but I have no report as to recent successful developments. Federal warrants have been issued charging Nancy Ling Perry, Camilla Christine Hall, Patricia Michelle Solotzik, Donald David DeFries with robbing the bank, and a material witness warrant for Patricia Hearst. Eventually, of course, we think, have this case concluded. At that time, the question will be resolved. We feel sure as to whether or not Patty Hearst was a voluntary or an involuntary participant. We at this time continue with the material witness warrant, which is indicative of the fact that until proved otherwise, this is our position in the matter. With this, I'll open the questions and point out that here with me are members of the executive staff of the FBI. I'll be one of the first to admit I don't know the answers to everything you may ask. Rather than have me try to stumble through, I may call upon these gentlemen for the very accurate answers I am sure they can give. Now, do you have any questions? Pardon me just a minute. I'm unfortunately getting a little bit old, and I have a little difficulty hearing. I mentioned this before, but perhaps.
Criminality in the White House hurt you as chief of the FBI, and have they contributed in
The allegations of this type of activity have not hurt me personally insofar as the administration of the FBI. I have said and continue to say that I have not been impeded by virtue of any orders, any requests, anything that might deter me from doing the job as the present law permits me to do it. Slays, kills, or injures someone in the performance of his duties. Many times traffic officers who had nothing whatsoever to do with it will be criticized. And many times, too, there are things which will happen in investigations. People say, well, I don't want to cooperate because obviously you're a bunch of brutes. Or there will be corruption in a police department, and thereafter all members of the police department are tarnished with the same type of thing. It is therefore true that we have been affected to some extent by virtue of an attack on our credibility. I think this is being erased. I know that all of our people are attempting to do their jobs in as good a fashion as they possibly can, but they're being particularly careful right now to make sure that their demeanor is not misunderstood as oppressive that they do. In other words, the type of job that the citizens want. Yeah.
My question further was, do you think that the allegations of lawlessness in the White House have contributed to lawlessness in society or a lawless attitude in society in general?
Yes, I heard your question and would say that this is a matter over which possibly there will be many studies and great conjecture. I can't pinpoint any particular type or wave of lawlessness that could be attributed to this. It might be that it will, for the person who is just on the brink of determining to go into an illegal activity, well, if they all do it, I can do it. In other words, he's looking for an excuse he would find in some other area were he not capable of having this as an outlet. I don't know whether or not it has contributed. My opinion is that if it is, it's very, very minimal.
Mr. Kelly, can I ask you a question specifically about a matter that was discussed in the recently released edited White House transcript? There was quite a bit of discussion about a report by former FBI official William Sullivan, which allegedly contained abuses by a previous administration. Can you tell us what you know about that, sir?
The matters concerning the Special Prosecutor's Office wherein this lies, and the Watergate investigation generally, are not to be commented on by me inasmuch as this is a pending investigation. And such inquiries, if they can be answered only by those bodies which are considering it. And Mr. Jaworski has said particularly that no comment should be made regarding this thing.
Mr. Kelly, on March 13, 1973, according to the White House transcripts, John Dean says that he doesn't believe the FBI is all that it's cracked up to be, and the president indicates that he agrees with John Dean. Does that characterization of the FBI disturb you? Do you agree with it? Do you find that the FBI did have any shortcomings in dealing with all this?
I don't like to have anybody criticize the FBI. I've heard of many criticisms in the past and have been disturbed on every occasion about this. I think that the FBI is a real fine organization. I think that they can weather this type of thing as well as other criticisms, but only should they weather it by a recognition of the fact that we've got criticisms from time to time about which we're really unaware. and situations are brought to our attention about which really we're unaware. And it's incumbent upon us, if we're going to do the job properly, to pay attention to things. I see nothing in the activities of the Bureau today which are real critical. I know of nothing within this particular comment which would reflect that there's anything that we need at this time to do. Overrated, I think that there's a logical criticism be given by almost any institution that they're overrated. I'm sure that you, as you listen to me, say, well, he's a member of the FBI, therefore he feels very highly about the FBI. Well, actually, our public officials should not only be aware of the good things that are being done, but some of the bad things, and do something about the bad ones and continue the good ones. I don't speak carelessly when I say this organization is a fine organization. I'm not going to be careless about suggestions that are made which are meaningful and should bring about changes. We're bringing about a number of changes. I still persist, however, in the feeling that this organization is a wonderful organization and is doing the job the way they think it should be done. You can possibly change it by a comment that you might make. You might make a suggestion that will cause us to go a different course. All right. I have no objection to that, because although it sounds like a self-serving statement, although it sounds like a cliche, what is good for the nation is good for the FBI, and that's what's foremost in our minds. And any criticism is taken in context. If there's something that is there which we need to do, we'll do it. That perhaps is, again, a self-serving statement, but nonetheless, it's the one I feel. Yes? This remains as one of our important cases and is receiving constant investigation. We, of course, have not reached a... As to why we have very little to show, we at least know a number of places she was not. Now they having moved, probably will have to go over some of that area. We have developed in the meantime quite a bit of expertise insofar as checking technologically a number of things. We are, I think, in a good shape to do the job.
Common criminal, and what opinion do you have on the Attorney General making statements that he has? Is he helping you or hindering you?
The characterization of a common criminal is one which was made by Mr. Saxby, and Mr. Saxby has his rights of so characterizing the victim of this kidnapping. I do not, inasmuch as the director of the FBI, I'm governed solely by the facts, and it has not as yet been proved to me, nor our Bureau, that she is a voluntary participant. In so far as the statements, have they harmed us? I know of no particular harm. That's what I mean. Insofar as investigation, I know of no particular harm that has been done to the investigation. I'm sure, having read this, that this may well have raised the ire of the members of SLA. It may even stimulate them to additional activity. But insofar as a real harm to us, I don't know of any that has been wrought as a result.
Mr. Kelly, yesterday the Senate Judiciary Committee voted to investigate Watergate break-in investigation by the FBI. Are the records of that investigation going to be open to that committee? Will FBI agents be able
before the
Senate Judiciary Committee on its investigation of the Watergate break-in burglary. That part of it.
First, I want to congratulate Mr. Laslick for his first appearance, at least in one of our press conferences, in his new role. I would refer this, please, to Mr. Mintz, who is the legal counsel and assistant director.
Was it an FBI problem or limitations placed on the FBI by persons outside of the bureau?
Insofar as the original investigation, it was, of course, solely at that point on the burglary. I think that they did a complete investigation. Since that time, of course, it has burgeoned into a very widespread type of inquiry. I know of no particular criticism that about the original investigation. As a matter of fact, I think it was well done, and certainly the agents are very piqued by virtue of the criticism of this investigation. We're now at the point where we're conducting continued investigation. We, as a matter of fact, do we think about 95% of the investigation, which is requested by the Special Prosecutor's Office. And having viewed those investigations, I think that they're well done. At any rate, Mr. Jaworski and his people feel that certainly they're very fine investigations.
Mr. Kelly, you mentioned a moment ago that the statement by Mr. Saxon's future pronouncements in connection with this case?
No, sir.
Why not?
Because Mr. Saxby is his own man, and he has received, I understand, from several published comments that this is something that some criticize, and I'm sure that he'll be guided by that. But no, I have not warned him about such consequences. I say it may have affected them, it may affect them in that they'll be stimulated into further activity. They apparently were somewhat disturbed, for example, about the publicized statement that Miss Hearst was an involuntary member of the group. And to show that, they may well have gone into the Hibernia Bank and robbed it. I'm engaging in speculation, of course. I don't know this to be true. Then, as a result of other comments, we think that this is a very unusual group, a group which is stimulated by a number of things. And they may be tipped off into some type of activity by any type of comment. So that I just say that as a possibility. They may do anything. We hope, of course, that what they'll do is to turn themselves in, and we like to have the key to the statement that will do that.
Mr. Kelly, the FBI's really fantastic record over the years of solving.
Thank you, sir.
Martin Luther King murder, the great bank robbery, and so on. Why is the Patricia Hearst case so difficult to solve? You've got 4 or 5, second-rate revolutionaries as opposed to really sophisticated criminals. Why is the FBI's record so difficult to solve the Hearst case?
A plan to, Mr. Jaworski said, in the event this is deemed advisable, he will himself or designate someone to do it.
But you know, he's done that, sir.
He has interviewed Mr. Nixon about the 18-minute gap. No, I don't know. I do not know.
Can you tell me how many other persons you requested in connection with that investigation?
I don't have the total, but many.
Are these people over at the White House, secretaries, Secret Service people of that nature that might have seen or heard something?
Yes, sir.
Can you help us out a little bit with a little more elaboration on that?
That's a pending investigation, And again, I'm barred by virtue of our association with Mr. Jaworski in giving any details.
Mr. Kelly, if that portion of the investigation is still going on, it would seem to me you have time to escape.
No, sir, I cannot explain it. We have not known where they are until the apartment was discovered, and up to that time we did not know where they were. I have no explanation. Well, of course, a special investigative unit has many possibilities insofar as explanation of it. If you're talking about the so-called plumber operation, I think that this type of thing is something which perhaps is set up because there is no organization within the federal government which can handle these. And I don't now visualize any organization to be set up for this other than for purely executive possibilities. For example, there might be a need for something which we call the inspection division of the FBI, or in some areas might be called by other names, just to find out how they're operating, and not necessarily probative, but nonetheless going into the operation. There may be some inquiries on candidates for We have a great many files, and we have files on people who have applied for federal positions and are in positions of some note. We have, of course, over the past several years, conducted investigations in the Atomic Energy Commission. We have had thousands of investigations in criminal activity. We might well have files on a number of people. And we do not, however, have files just because a person is a political figure. This I've said many times, and it apparently is difficult to believe. I checked it myself insofar as all the possibilities that I could explore. There is no file on John Jones just because he's a congressman, a senator, or a member of some organization which is prominent in the public life. I just don't know what else I can say in response to this. We do not maintain files on a capricious basis. I'll only say this because that's a question which, by virtue of my answering it, might make a concession to the proposition that there has been some of this done. We have done everything that Mr. Jaworski has requested of us. The only thing we withhold is the identity of informants. And the reason why we withhold the identity of informants is because we've made a pledge to them. We will not reveal their identity. Anything else is available from our files. I said neither. I said that we have done everything that Mr. Jaworski asked except turn over the names of informants. You know, you speak of the public image or the impression I might give. I'm an investigator. I'm an administrator of an investigative organization, perhaps it's better and proper. It's not my realm to go into a lot of speculations and opinions. I think I should keep myself within the realm of facts. I feel free in my own mind to think as I want to and to perhaps even talk with my wife on occasion about things, but I don't think it should go beyond that. And she tells me from time to time what she thinks.
Mr. Kelly, you indicated in speeches the last couple of months that you think perhaps that he should make payments to person any blackmail, that he should figure and scheme on how to avoid grand jury indictment. The leader of the FBI is inspiration to all the little kids marching through right now looking at the exhibits. You don't have anything to say to them about that kind of situation?
I'm restrained by virtue of the investigation being conducted by the Special Prosecuting Attorney's Office to discuss any violation which may be present. I'm also restrained in giving a personal opinion about what I think about this type of thing, inasmuch as I deal with facts. No, I don't want those little kids going through the tour of the FBI to think that I'm mealy mouth and milk toast. I, however, am the director of the FBI and constrained by virtue of my position to do other than deal in facts. I will say very plainly to those children, don't get yourself involved in illegal activity, and by all means stand up for your country and do that which is conducive toward making it a better country. But as far as pointing out particular acts, that is the domain of the prosecuting attorney and the courts. Thank you.
Joe?
I realize now that I have something to fulfill, more or less.
In what way do you plan to fulfill this?
The future will tell.
Back it up.
So Donald DeFreeze, with his record of mental disturbances and a fascination for firearms, has been eulogized and buried as a martyred revolutionary. But some of the spokesmen for America's best-known revolutionary and radical causes refused to attend the services. Angela Davis was one of those ignoring an invitation, saying she remains totally opposed to the tactics employed by the Symbionese Liberation Army. Ron Miller, ABC News, Cleveland. So Donald DeFreeze, with his record of mental disturbances and a fascination for firearms, has been eulogized and buried as a martyred revolutionary. But the spokesmen for some of America's best-known revolutionary and radical causes have refused to attend the services. Angela Davis was one of those ignoring the invitation, saying she remains totally opposed to the tactics employed by the Symbionese Liberation Army. Ron Miller, ABC News, Cleveland.
I called the FBI, I called the coroner in Los Angeles and requested it to be sent out. They told me that it will not be sent out until the case is closed. Now, my understanding of a case is when the body is dead, then the case should be closed. Now, that's, to me, is awful funny. I wish somebody would look into it, because it's definitely going to carry my family through some funnies, knowing that it's a possibility that we might have to open the grave up again. Do any other brothers have anything to say?
Right, I do. How has your brother's death most affected you, Eleanor?
Well, it's made me stronger, really.
In the funeral home, could you just give us the essence, or would you care to give us the essence of what you said in the funeral home?
What I said was that we must sacrifice, we must be willing to die for our cause, our people, the people. What I mean by the people, anybody, you know. The people are the people in the United States, black, white, I don't care what they are. We must have leaders willing to sacrifice for the cause. The cause is to change the system. The system is not working for us. Nixon done proved that. And everybody should be up with it by now.
What do you feel your brother's death accomplished?
I didn't hear that, sister.
What do you feel your brother's death accomplished?
Unity. The funeral demonstrated that. And the sisters and brothers that didn't come to it, it's all right. We had enough here to take care of it.
Brother DeFreeze, will you take up the banner?
Take up the banner. I'm taking up the banner now. Here I am.
Chief,
Specifically, what will you be doing?
The man answered it. The best I can for the people. The people will direct me in what cause I will go after. But definitely, the SLA shall not die.
Right on.
The Muslims shall not die. The black nationalists shall not die. The Black Panthers shall not die. Malcolm, is Malcolm dead?
No!
Power to the people.
No!
I have nothing else to say.
Can everybody get back, please?
Step back. Cameras, man, and going
Step back, please.
As Black Unity House has helped in the funeral arrangements, we would at this time like to make our policy statement.
Alhamdulillah, you know it's late, bro.
Huh?
Say it's all alhamdulillah.
All right, the camera's rolling. All right, now throw it up on A. Do you hear me now? Sounds real good. Everything's good. Okay.
Yahamakallah, 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 Ahumma Makhir Hamid, Ya Afi, Ya Fi Wasalam, La ilaha illallah, Muhammad and Rasulullah sallallahu. It is unable for us to bury it since it is like a cemented grave, so we will try to throw a handful of things if it's possible upon the great wise Lord. I would like to read a few verses from the Quran, which is supposed to read during the time of the funeral ceremony.
She don't want to say it, Lord, because it's swearing.
Okay. In the name of God, the most gracious, most merciful. Yasin, by the Quran, full of wisdom. Thou art indeed one of the apostles. May the peace and blessings be upon him. On a straight way, it is a revelation sent down by him, the exalted and mighty, the most merciful, in order that thou mayest admonish a people whose fathers have received no admonition, and who therefore remain heedless of the signs of God. The word is proven true against the greater part of them, for they do not believe. We have put yokes around their necks right up to their chins, so that their heads are forced up and they cannot see. We have put a bar in front of them and a bar behind them, and further we have covered them up so that they cannot see. The same is it to them whether thou admonish them or thou do not admonish them. They will not believe. Thou cannot but admonish such a one as follow the message of fear, the Lord most gracious and seen. Give such a one therefore good tidings of forgiveness and a reward most generous. Verily we shall give life to the dead and we record that which they sin before and that which they leave behind. And all things inna Allahi wa inna ilayhi raji'un, inna Allahi wa inna ilayhi raji'un, inna Allahi wa inna ilayhi raji'un. From Allah you came and Allah you shall return. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Watch your hands away from the right hand. Bismillah, Rahman, Rasulullah, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. He's over you.
I bet you this thing gonna be on the news. When they want to kill
please, just open the right door.
Fight for it, John.
Take my foot well.
Excuse me, excuse me.
Y'all hold back and let him come out. Come on. Hold back, y'all, remember.
Hey, watch your feet over there.
Hold back, y'all. Come on.
Get to the car.
The scene of the SLA gun battle has become something of a tourist attraction this holiday weekend. Thousands of cars here in south central Los Angeles have passed by the ruins of the house where 6 members of the SLA died. Traffic at times is intense. One officer said people, it seems, are just out for a look. There is even a touch of commercialism at the scene of the crime. Money is being collected for the woman who owned the house. She has nowhere to live now. An artist is painting what is left of the SLA hideout, and he hopes to sell the pictures for $100 apiece. The house itself has become something of a memorial to the SLA, along with graffiti on the walls saying it took 500 police to take only a few members of the SLA. Most people like to sift through the rubble looking for souvenirs. However, the police have issued a warning. The SLA might have been using cyanide-tipped bullets. But the curious still come to look at the SLA hideout, while police are still looking for Patty Hearst. Dick Shoemaker, ABC News, Los Angeles.
Boom, 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 boom. This stuff is about $2,000 a shot. They are not, and we're continuing to look.
I think it was last July you said you had flatly no idea where she was. Is that still true?
Yes, there's no question sure that we know someplace they are or not.
During the year for whereabouts, putting her in, I think, almost all the states, and Canada and Mexico and Guatemala and the Middle East, was there any truth to his?
Oh yes, we get reports quite regularly that she's been seen in this city or in this environment, and we do, however, go right ahead and check them out. We don't try to evaluate them. We assume that there's a good possibility that it was she who was seen.
Mickey Cohen said he had found her in Cleveland, but that the Hearsts had rejected his plan to bring her home because it was too dangerous. And an attorney, I think, for the Hearsts confirmed that. Was that true, sir?
Well, we, of course, have had a number of leads, as I mentioned before, including the fact that she was supposed to have been in Cleveland. We checked this out, and we had no substantiation that she had been there.
It was the biggest manhunt or woman hunt that I can remember, probably the biggest since Judge Crater. With all the publicity and all of your efforts, how can she stay hidden?
Well, of course, it wouldn't be too difficult, having been accepted apparently as she has in certain communities and in certain style of living. She could well wear a wig or disguise herself in some other manner. She has forsaken any contact with her family and with her friends, and in so doing has been able to keep herself pretty well at a low profile. So doing so, she has thwarted our efforts to get her at this time, but we still think that the day will come when we will be able to apprehend her and the Harrises.
You said that she's given up contact with her family, but there have been reports that they have been in touch with her and may even have seen her. Is there anything to that?
We have no substantiation for that.
As a career policeman, you say that you're confident she will be found. What's your guess as to how it will happen eventually?
I think it will be by a casual in
your career?
Well, I can't say that like some of the movie figures in the FBI that have solved them all, and I have been stumped in the past. But insofar as the Bureau is concerned, I think the record shows that sometime or another, someday, a solution does come.
If Patricia Hearst is listening to this program, have you got any advice for her, sir?
Yes, my very definite advice would be to give herself up. I'm very much impressed by her family, who have evidenced and spoken of their love for her, and it's sincere, I'm confident. They would like to have her come home. I think she properly should come home. I don't think that she can again live in hiding forever. The day will come, and to prolong it this way is to her disadvantage. I would assure her also that the apprehension, if it be that, will be done with the least amount of violence or show of force. And if she chooses to surrender, she'll be treated with all of the courtesies and dignities that we can extend to one under arrest, and she'll be given a fair trial.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, sir.
don't worry. Mr. Kelly, what's the status of the Patricia Hearst investigation?
Well, of course, we're still searching for Patty Hearst and the Harrises, and each day as it passes, we feel we're getting a little bit closer. We're going to continue in our search, and we feel confident that we will find Miss Hearst and the Harrises. So I'd say that the case is pretty well about the same status as it was last May, except that we are now aware of some things that, some places rather, we have to admit that we do not know where they are, and we still don't know where they are.
But you now know some places where they are not.
We feel sure that we know some places they are or not.
Sir, there was one report that from several hundred agents, the number of men working on the case had been sharply reduced. How many are, how many people are working on it now?
It would be difficult just to give you an exact amount, except to say that we have 59 offices throughout the country, and every office has an open file on this case, and all of them from time to time will be covering leads. Yes, the central core of the investigative group, they being in Los Angeles and San Francisco, have been cut down to some extent. But the interest in the case and the coverage of the leads is just as strong and just as fast as it has ever been.
You had all these reports during reports.
We checked out a number of leads, and we haven't found anything to substantiate that she was in any of those places.
Do you still get reports from time to time that people have seen her or know where she is?
Oh yes, we get reports quite regularly that she's been seen in this city or in this environment, and we do, however, go right ahead and check them out. We don't try to evaluate them. We assume that there's a good possibility that it was she who was seen.
Mickey Cohen said he had found her in Cleveland, but that the Hearsts had rejected his plan to bring her home because it was too dangerous. And an attorney, I think, for the Hearsts confirmed that. Was that true, sir?
Well, we, of course, have had a number of leads, as I mentioned before, including the fact that she was supposed to have been in Cleveland. We checked this out, and we had no substantiation that she had been there.
The FBI was accused of using too much force in the May 17th shootout in Los Angeles, that accused of using fragmentation grenades. Would you comment on those charges, sir?
First, let me say that insofar as fragmentation type of device, we do not have any, and we did not have any then, and we did not use any during this matter of the attempt to apprehend these people. And that exactly was what it was, an attempt to apprehend them. We did give appropriate warnings, and then tear gas was thrown in, and it was their choice to take the action they did. We regret any time that violence occurs in the course of an attempt to apprehend, and certainly in the future we'll avoid the possibility of violence. Unfortunately, in this type of thing, violence sometimes creeps in. We're going to try to avoid it, I assure you.
Mr. Kelly, I think this is the biggest manhunt or woman hunt that I can remember, probably the biggest since Judge Crater. With all the publicity and all of your efforts, how can she stay hidden?
Well, of course, it wouldn't be too difficult, having been accepted apparently as she has in certain communities and in certain style of living. She could well wear a wig or disguise herself in some other manner. She has forsaken any contact with her family and with her friends, and in so doing has been able to keep herself pretty well at a low profile. So doing so, she has thwarted our efforts to get her at this time, but we still think that the day will come when we will be able to apprehend her and the Harrises.
You said that she's given up contact with her family, but there have been reports that they have been in touch with her and may even have seen her. Is there anything to that?
We have no substantiation for that.
As a career policeman, you say that
someone who knows her, who would see her someplace, or someone who has a good description in mind and possibly has studied the photograph. Some policeman, for example, might run across her. It would be very difficult for her to maintain herself in this security for many years. I think that it'll be a casual encounter,
And you do think she's alive?
I do.
Have you ever been stumped like this before in your career?
Well, I can't say that like some of the movie figures in the FBI that have solved them all, and I have been stumped in the past. But insofar as the Bureau is concerned, I think the record shows that sometime or another, someday, a solution does come.
If Patricia Hearst is listening to this program, have you got any advice for her, sir?
Yes, my very definite advice would be to give herself up. I'm very much impressed by her family who have evidenced and spoken of their love for her, and it's sincere, I'm confident. They would like to have her come home. I think she properly should come home. I don't think that she can, again, live in hiding forever. The day will come, and to prolong it this way is to her disadvantage. I would assure her also that the apprehension, if it be that, will be done with the least amount of violence or show of force. And if she chooses to surrender, she'll be treated with all of the courtesies and dignities that we can extend to one under arrest, and she'll be given a fair trial.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, sir.
Harry, could you talk a little bit in two-shot again? I like this thing.
77 years ago, our fathers brought forth on this continent a new nation, conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal.
I can't help but think of a parallel now, and that's with Patty Hearst. And to the extent, when you wrote the Ms. article, you addressed it to weather women.
Yes.
And I wonder, when you said get out from being under men and just being manipulated, would you now, without knowing Patty the way you, or at least I assume you don't, you may, without knowing the other women, weather women you were talking to, could that be addressed to Patty, that a plea that you gave in 1973?
I just wouldn't presume to address anything to poor Patty Hearst, who's had so many things addressed to her. And, she'll just have to find her own way, and I don't want to add to the burden of people who are telling her what to do. So.
But now she is very much, she is now involved in a violent life as you had been. And you talk about the influence that a man had over what you did, and that had to be, in a sense, this is why the weather women were being misled the way they were being misled. Can you avoid saying that Patty is also being misled, or not?
I can, because I just don't want to make any judgments on that woman's life at this point.
What do you think in terms of now, when you went underground, she's now underground?
I have no idea. You know, I really think that it is a very different situation. It's 5 years later. These were, I mean, the kinds of activities that she's charged with were not the kinds of activities that I was charged with, bank robberies and the rest of it. It's, you know, I think it's a different generation and a whole different milieu. I don't think that there's that much in common.
Can you understand it by looking back?
Understand what?
But she may be involved. I mean, are there clues that you had from what you went through that could help you in perhaps understanding what this new generation might be?
I think as a woman, I have certain clues to understanding what goes on in any other woman's mind. Maybe that's presumptuous, but I think that's one of the lessons of feminism that we have, that that we share a common bond of sisterhood. And I think in that sense, I can reach out a little bit and try to empathize.
And what do you come up with Patty Hearst?
I hope that she finds her own way and is able to affirm her identity and her self-respect in whatever she does, as I wish for every other woman.
Do you think she's alive now? Or?
I have no idea.
How does being... Did you find yourself mistrusting people in a way that you hadn't previously?
I didn't. I was always careful not to give people clues about my identity.
You were saying before that
Feeling on the part of being able to write fiction and more imaginative works, it's an act of artistic courage.
I must say, I think you've copped out a little bit on the questions of Patty Hearst. And I say that only because of the Ms. article, where you...
My Ms. article, but
right.
that was before Patty Hearst.
Right, but that women involved in some forms of violence, of how much different this is. I mean, you didn't know the weather women.
You know, if you wanted to ask me that question in terms of women generally getting involved in groups which included men and had a lot of violence in them, I could answer that. But I just don't want to, I just don't want to add to the pressure on Patty Hearst in any way. And I don't think I've got the right to do that, or, I just don't think I've got any standing to talk about Patty Hearst. So I just don't want to answer the question in regard to her.
In terms of what she is like or what she did, you can't. But let's take a woman who is now living a type of life which she may not be living, but is being described to us now, and who
man or the esteem of of the men in general in the group, and that the very way society is set up produces that. And yes, I think it would be inevitable. I think it's degrading to say that she's a tool.
though for men also, if there are a bunch of guys who all hang out together, and one guy says, "I'm going to do this," and we should, and he was sort of a leader, and his friends.
It was like being in prison because nobody else.
Once again, please.
What about...
I don't think I really lived in the underground in the sense that people think of the underground. And
I'm going to ask you one more question.
Okay.
Do you regret what you did? The war, whether it's maybe it will become than any kind of a cause other than feminism, or in addition to feminism now. That
it's less than one would hope. Yeah.
Do you think that why do people change? Do they sort of see that this revolution didn't take?
I think we were focusing so much on outward changes. We had, sort of one idea in mind.
I'm helpless, almost like the defense of insanity, that you weren't conscious of what was going on, you were just maneuvered by other people, and Jane Alpert had nothing to do with what was going on.
If I've implied that at all, that's really a mistaken impression, and that's not.
When people were going to be there and when people would not be. When you were walking around the street, around a building, or inside the building, what kinds of thoughts were going through your head when you're actually, let's say, at a possible bomb site?
Well, for a good deal, for the first part of the conspiracy, I was not actively involved. That was valuable in the process of coming to face up to my mistakes.
Were there frustrations? You said there were no other these dissatisfactions with American either involvement in Vietnam or whatever. Was it that this was the only outlet you had available to you at that time? What about turning to your life underground? Was it difficult in terms of just accomplishing day-to-day things, getting a driver's license, buying a car? Were you mobile? Could you move around? Or or were you always having to be in hiding, at least in the beginning?
I was very, at first it was difficult, but I was very lucky because the debt, which I certainly acknowledge I had myself. And there was a relationship going on among 3 people that I knew that was very interesting, and I just, everywhere you turn around, it's...
Let me ask a couple of questions. What about living in the underground? What does it do to someone? How is your life going to be different now, do you think?
I don't feel subject to the kind of male influence that I was under 5 years ago. I don't think that I could fall in love to destroy men.
All right, fine. Which will be sort of easier. Good. Mr. Hearst, obviously this is not a pleasant anniversary for you and you and Mrs. Hearst. A very sad one, I imagine.
Yes, it is a sad one. The thing that disturbs us the most, of course, is that we don't know anything about Patricia. We don't know where she is. We don't know whether she's well. We haven't heard anything since the last tapes.
Are you convinced in your own mind that she is still alive? Is it something you feel you have to believe, or you truly believe?
Oh, I think there's no reason to think she's not alive. And I feel that she is. I would be almost certain she is. I just hope she's well, and I hope that eventually she will turn herself in rather than be a fugitive for the rest of her life.
Has your own thinking, your wife's thinking, undergone a conversion since the kidnapping? Do you accept the fact that Patty underwent some sort of conversion?
Oh, I think there isn't any question that she's a different girl than she was before she was kidnapped. And there wasn't any question that she underwent a conversion during the time of the kidnapping, because if you listen to the tapes, you'll see a progression go through there that is very distinct and to the final one, which is the bitterest one of all. I just think, of course, it's up to her. She's of age and she's a woman and she'll do whatever she wants. That she won't get 99 years in jail. I don't think she's going to get any time in jail, frankly. She'll go through a couple of trials here and possibly in L.A. It'll be very unpleasant for her, but it seems to me that she'd be much better off as a free woman being able to do whatever she wants to do and say whatever she wants to say without the police chasing her. You can get 1 million people to stay underground, but in her particular case, it seems to me that she'd be more effective if she wants to go this route above ground.
With the advantage of hindsight, a year later, do you think you made some mistakes in dealing either with Patty through the SLA or dealing with the SLA? Would you have done things differently?
Oh, that's terribly difficult to say. You know, as you look back, obviously whatever you did didn't work. You know, so you can, but whether anything would have worked is highly debatable. I think.
You, of course, heard the tapes, as you mentioned. You saw the progression. The last one was the bitterest one of all. Do you think Patty will come home someday? Will turn herself in, having heard all those tapes?
Oh, I don't know. It all depends what her state of mind is at the time. All I'm saying is that if, from our standpoint, if we took the, which to us would be the most disappointing of all, would be that she, of course, would never have anything to do with it. But if you accept that, it seems to me that it would make more sense, no matter what she wanted to do, politically or otherwise, that she would be more effective doing it as a free woman rather than somebody who's being pursued. Of course, that's just my opinion. What her opinion is and the people that she is with, I don't know.
You and Mrs. Hearst have undergone the last year an experience that is probably the most wrenching thing for a parent that could possibly happen. How have you gotten through it, or have you gotten through it?
Well,
what sustains you? The future. You'll move?
Well, we'll move into an apartment simply because we moved to the city. San Francisco's a good city, and it's a complete change, and I think that may be helpful for both of us.
And stay there just a moment, we'll take the microphone up.
Sir, there was one report that from several hundred agents, the number of men working on the case had been sharply reduced. How many are, how many people are working on it now?
It would be difficult just to give you an exact amount, except to say that we have 59 offices throughout the country, and every office has an open file on this case, and all of them from time to time will be covering leads. Yes, the central core of the investigative group, they being in Los Angeles and San Francisco, have been cut down to some extent. But the interest in the case and the coverage of the leads is just as strong and just as fast as it has ever been.
You had all these reports. The FBI was accused of using too much force in the May 17th shootout in Los Angeles, accused of using fragmentation grenades. Would you comment on those charges, sir?
First, let me say that insofar as fragmentation type of device, we do not have any, and we did not have any then, and we did not use any during this matter of the attempt to apprehend these people. And that exactly was what it was, an attempt to apprehend them. We did give appropriate warnings, and then tear gas was thrown in, and it was their choice to take the action they did. We regret any time that violence occurs in the course of an attempt to apprehend, and certainly in the future we'll avoid the possibility of violence. Unfortunately, in this type of thing, violence sometimes creeps in. We're going to try to avoid it, I assure you.
Mr. Kelly, I think this is
Patricia Hearst, reported in Cleveland, in Detroit, in Guatemala, leads that led nowhere. Today she is still at large. It was 1 year ago that Patricia Hearst was kidnapped from her apartment here in Berkeley, California. That kidnapping and her conversion as a member of the SLA has had a devastating effect on those people around her. Mrs. Hearst has been shattered by the experience. She's been in the hospital, and friends say she is deeply depressed. Randolph Hearst says the family has managed to survive.
All right,
which will be sort of easier. Good. Mr. Hearst, obviously this is not a pleasant anniversary for you and you and Mrs. Hearst. A very sad one, I imagine.
Yes, it is a sad one. The thing that disturbs us the most, of course, is that we don't know anything about Patricia. We don't know where she is. We don't know whether she's well. We haven't heard anything since the last tapes.
Are you convinced in your own mind that she is still alive? Is it something you feel you have to believe, or you truly believe?
Oh, I think there's no reason to think she's not alive. And I feel that she is. I would be almost certain she is. I just hope she's well, and I hope that eventually she will turn herself in rather than be a fugitive for the rest of her life.
Has your own thinking, your wife's thinking, undergone a conversion since the kidnapping? Do you accept the fact that Patty underwent some sort of conversion?
Oh, I think there isn't any question that she's a different girl than she was before she was kidnapped. And there wasn't any question that she underwent a conversion during the time of the kidnapping, because if you listen to the tapes, you'll see a progression go through there that is very distinct and to the final one, which is the bitterest one of all. I just think, of course, it's up to her. She's of age and she's a woman and she'll do whatever she wants. That she won't get 99 years in jail. I don't think she's going to get any time in jail, frankly. She'll go through a couple of trials here and possibly in L.A. It'll be very unpleasant for her, but it seems to me that she'd be much better off as a free woman being able to do whatever she wants to do and say whatever she wants to say without the police chasing her. You can get 1 million people to stay underground, but in her particular case, it seems to me that she'd be more effective if she wants to go this route above ground.
With the advantage of hindsight, a year later, do you think you made some mistakes in dealing either with Patty through the SLA or dealing with the SLA? Would you have done things differently?
Oh, that's terribly difficult to say. As you look back, obviously, whatever you did didn't work. So you can, but whether anything would have worked is highly debatable, I think.
You, of course, heard the tapes, as you mentioned. You saw the progression. The last one was the bitterest one of all. Do you think Patty will come home someday, will turn herself in, having heard all those tapes?
Oh, I don't know. It all depends what her state of mind is at the time. All I'm saying is that if, from our standpoint, if we took the which to us would be the most disappointing of all, would be that she, of course, would never have anything to do with it. But if you accept that, it seems to me that it would make more sense, no matter what she wanted to do, politically or otherwise, that she would be more effective doing it as a free woman rather than somebody who's being pursued. Of course, that's just my opinion. What her opinion is and with the people that she is with, I don't know. This is her.
What about the future? You'll move?
Well, we'll move into an apartment simply because they moved to the city. San Francisco is a good city, and it's a complete change, and I think that may be helpful for both of us.
And continue to wait and hope.
Well, that's the only thing there is.
Good. That's fine.
Okay.
If you'll stay there just a moment, we'll take the microphone up. You and Mrs. Hearst have undergone the last year an experience that is probably the most wrenching thing for a parent that could possibly happen. How have you gotten through it, or have you gotten through it?
And remember.
Mom, Dad, I'm okay. I had a few scrapes and stuff, but they washed them up and they're getting okay. And I've caught a cold, but they're giving me pills for it, and so I'm not being starved or beaten or unnecessarily frightened. I've heard some press reports, and so I know that Steve and all the neighbors are okay, and that no one was really hurt. And I also know that the SLA members here are very upset about press distortions of what's been happening. They have nothing to do with the August 7th movement, that they have not been shooting down helicopters or shooting down innocent people in the streets. I'm kept blindfolded, usually, so that I can't identify anyone. My hands are often tied, but they're not. And I'm not gagged or anything, and I'm comfortable. And I think you can tell that I'm not really terrified or anything. No, I'm okay. Today is the 19th, and yesterday the Saga had 2 people executed at dawn.
Patty Hearst speaking in tape of March 9th, 1974.
I hear that people all around the country keep calling on the SLA to release me unharmed, but the SLA are not the ones who are harming me. It's the FBI, along with your indifference to the poor and your failure to deal with the people and the SLA in a really sincere manner. I don't believe that you are doing everything you can, everything in your power. I don't believe that you're doing anything at all. You said that it was out of your hands. What you should have said was that you wash your hands of it. I guess that you don't understand that it is not just the crimes of you and Mom personally that I'm being held for, but the crimes of the University of California Board of Regents and your voting record, Mom, while you were on that board, and also the crimes of the Hearst Corporation. Dad, you say you've put responsibility for my status on the corporation, but you seem to be ignoring the fact that you are the chairman of the board and Uncle Bill is president of the Hearst Corporation. Mom, Dad, I would like to comment on your efforts to supposedly secure my safety. The People in Need giveaway was a sham. You attempted to deceive the people, the SLA, and me with statements about your concern for myself and the people. You were playing games, stalling for time which the FBI was using in their attempts to assassinate me and the SLA elements which guarded me. You continued to report that you did everything in your power to pave the way for negotiations for my release. I hate to believe that you could have been so unimaginative as to not even have considered getting Little and Romero released on bail. While it was repeatedly stated that my conditions would at all times correspond with those of the captured soldiers, when your own lawyer went to inspect the hole at San Quentin, he approved the deplorable conditions there. Another move which potentially jeopardized my safety. Stephen, I know that you are beginning to realize that there is no such thing as neutrality in time of war. There can be no compromise, as your experience with the FBI must have shown you. You have been harassed by the FBI because of your supposed connections with so-called radicals, and some people have even gone so far as to suggest that I arranged my own arrest. We both know what really came down that Monday night, but you don't know what's happened since then. I've changed, grown. I've become conscious and can never go back to the life we led before. What I'm saying may seem cold to you and to my old friends, but love doesn't mean the same thing to me anymore. My love has expanded as a result of my experiences to embrace all people. It's grown into an unselfish love for my comrades here, in prison, and on the streets. A love that comes from the knowledge that no one is free until we are all free.
And later, Patty Hearst becomes Tanya.
Greetings to the people. This is Tanya. On April 15th, my comrades and I expropriated $10,660.02 from the Sunset branch of the Hibernia Bank. Casualties could have been avoided had the persons involved cooperated with the people's forces and kept out of the way until after our departure.
Patricia Hearst, reported along the Canadian border in Guatemala, leads that led nowhere. Today she is still at large. It was 1 year ago that Patricia Hearst was kidnapped, from her apartment here in Berkeley, California. That kidnapping and her conversion as a member of the SLA has had a devastating effect on those people around her. Patty Hearst, reported in Cleveland, in Detroit, in Guatemala. Leads that led nowhere. Today she is still at large. It was 1 year ago that Patty Hearst was kidnapped from her apartment here in Berkeley, California. That kidnapping and her conversion as a member of the SLA has had a devastating effect on the people around her.
In one of the most bizarre cases ever confronting the FBI, Patricia Campbell Hearst was kidnapped on February 4th, 1974. This act spawned a series of incredible events. A tape received 3 days after the kidnapping indicates that the Symbionese Liberation Army, the SLA, was responsible for the abduction of Miss Hearst. Then came the demands for millions of dollars for food programs for the needy. In early April, a tape is received in which Miss Hearst rejects her family and her past life and claims she has joined the SLA. In mid-April, a bank robbery takes place in which Patricia Hearst indicates her free and willing participation. And in May, a shooting incident at a sporting goods store in Inglewood, California, an event in which she takes credit for shooting a machine gun. The next day, the SLA is cornered in a house in Los Angeles, and 6 members die in a fiery shootout. Patricia Hearst, once being sought as a victim, is now being sought as a federal fugitive on weapons and bank robbery charges. Sought with her are William and Emily Harris, charged with violations of the National Firearms Act. Throughout this series of events, tape recordings were made by the SLA in which are heard the voices of Patricia Hearst, who now calls herself Tanya, William Harris, who uses the name Tico, and of Emily Harris, believed to be known as Yolanda. They are distinctive voices. Miss Hearst speaks first as a frightened child. As the weeks pass, her voice takes on the sound of an angry, defiant revolutionary. William Harris speaks with similar defiance. Listen carefully to the voices, the inflection, the intonation, the distinctive pronunciation of certain words and sounds.
I would expect that she's standing it rather well, or at least I certainly. Well, the one thing is that we believe she's alive. And as long as she's alive and well, that for a parent is something that you can accept, you can accept. I believe that. If I didn't believe it, I don't think I would be able to stand it. And I guess the other thing is you just get numb after a while.
those films, produced by the FBI member Angela Atwood, and that she was forced to from the actual still photographs taken by the bank's cameras on the morning of April 15th, 1974. The jury was shown this film today. It shows the SLA members and Patricia Hearst. In a moment, you will see her appear in the upper right-hand corner of the screen. Also in the picture is Donald DeFries, the SLA's bearded Marshal Sinque. The defense claims that Patricia was covered by Sinque's gun and that all of her actions were based upon her fear for her life. In court today, defense attorney F. Lee Bailey objected to the presentation to the jury of the slow motion of the films shown by the government in court yesterday. The films were produced by an FBI photo expert from the still photographs taken by the bank's 2 security cameras. In this version, Patricia Hearst appears to point the gun at customers. Watch the bottom of the screen here. The film the jury saw yesterday revealed a much larger area of the bank and showed several SLA members, including Donald DeFries, known as Marshal Sinque, with his gun apparently pointed, part of the time at least, at Patricia Hearst. We have edited the film you're seeing for time purposes. It's about a third the length of the film shown in court. The films don't settle the dispute between the government and the defense, since the argument is not about what she did, but why she did it. Was Patricia Hearst acting voluntarily, or was she acting under orders and out of fear? Eventually, the jury will decide. Stephen Gear, ABC News, San Francisco. Motion version of this film, which shows only his client. Judge Oliver Carter denied the objection, but Bailey impressed on the jury his contention that the government had deliberately excluded Sinque from the slow-motion film. The government contends that Patricia Hearst was acting willingly when she took part in this bank robbery, which netted $10,690. Remember as you watch that this is a composite film made from still photographs, which accounts for the irregular movements. The jury will have to decide on the basis of this film and other evidence whether the defendant was acting willingly as she participated in this bank robbery, or whether, as the defense contends, she was forced to do so. A few days after these photographs were taken, the SLA released a tape recording in which Patricia Hearst, calling herself Tanya, declared that she had taken part voluntarily. The defense claims that message was written for her by a close-up version. The prosecution emphasized the fact that she was holding a gun and appeared to point it at bank customers. The defense, which contends she was forced to take part, directed the jury's attention to the gun held by the SLA's Marshal Sinque, claiming that it was often pointed at the defendant. Other evidence related about the kidnapping. The jury of this tape.
Greetings to the people. This is Tanya. On April 15th, my comrades and I expropriated $10,660.02 from the Sunset branch of the Hibernia Bank.
It was in this San Francisco, she testified, that the tape was made, and that it was written for her to read, written by the SLA's Angela Atwood. She said 8 SLA members were present in this apartment, filmed today by ABC News. When the writing was done, she testified, the SLA's Marshal Sinque, Donald DeFries, told her to go into the closet and read it into the tape recorder. How big was the closet, asked Bailey. 2 feet by 6 feet. Was there a light? There was a flashlight in there. Bailey, when she arrived at this federal courthouse this morning, Patricia Hearst had made a stop along the way to have x-rays taken of her skull. As claimed in the opening argument of the defense, she was struck in the face with a rifle butt when she was kidnapped, and it's believed the x-rays may reveal a hairline fracture of the left cheekbone. At the hotel near the courthouse, where the jury spent its first sequestered night, the panel of 7 women and 5 men, plus the 4 alternates, 3 men and 1 woman, boarded their bus under guard for the ride to the courthouse, where the government's first witness took the stand. With prosecutor James Bruce. This following Monday was taken on a tour of the 2 SLA hideouts where Miss Hearst was held in the days following the kidnapping. The defense wanting the jurors to get a first-hand look at the small closets in which the defendant testified she was held blindfolded for 57 days. Tuesday morning, Patricia Hearst seems quite subdued as she arrives at this courthouse each morning, but in the courtroom she is increasingly animated, talking with her attorneys as the trial progresses and occasionally smiling at her family. U.S. Attorney James Browning, who opened the prosecution rebuttal today, told ABC News Miss Hearst's long stretch on the witness stand had produced no surprises.
The defense case consisted just about what we expected it would. They put her on the stand. She said just about what we expected she would say, and I think the case is right on schedule as far as our standpoint is concerned.
But Browning did have a
Here's Ed Lenderman.
One other team in baseball won more games than the Reds, yet Cincinnati couldn't even...
That's done over the phone, right?
Yeah.
We can give you a chroma key background of any sort if you
No, not a chroma key. We got to do it very fast. That's fine for me, but first I want to do him.
Right.
And against any other color. Anything. Take the...
The noes have it, and the block, the amendment is rejected.
But the cutoff nailed in, but the administration and I both firmly
What the President is asking for now is reconsideration of the Cambodia aid issue on Monday, hopefully resulting in a compromise less stringent than the House cutoff. There's also hope here that a final compromise will include use of a $50 million contingency fund that the White House now considers
This is the camera time, right?
Yeah.
be used for Cambodia without congressional
Whose
approval.
boom mic is this over here?
Finally,
That's
even
our
if
film
no
crew, just filming her
coming,
background.
there's still no intention here of immediately instituting that
Okay.
U.S. evacuation plan for Cambodia.
Okay, thank you for all your cooperation, all right?
$5 seconds.
No, don't do that to him.
Tuesday night, I was subpoenaed to appear before a federal grand jury sitting today in Harrisburg. I had three choices. 1, to refuse to cooperate and to be held in contempt of court. 2, to perjure myself and face future prosecution. Or 3, to tell the truth. After much thought and struggle and advice from my friends, my family, and my attorney, I chose to tell the truth. I told the truth because the FBI and the U.S. Attorney already knew it. Somebody else snitched. I told the truth because I am not prepared to go to jail for the so-called alleged crimes of others, and because my family, like all American working families, cannot afford the high price of American justice. It appears the FBI is merely trying to justify all the time it has spent on an unproductive search. My freedom, however restricted, is important to me and can be helpful to others. To the progressive people of the country, I only ask that you understand the position, innocently, in which I was placed. To Tanya, Tico, Yolanda, and all my sisters and brothers underground or in prison, I hope you are safe and alert. To my comrade Jack and my dearest sister Mickey, I am with you. Please try to understand the terrible pressure my family, friends, and I have been under these past 2 weeks. I only hope that the love I feel for you and the love you have always extended to me is shared with you by others, and that you are safe in or out of this monster's belly. Thanks.
Okay. You want to take his mic off?
All right, I got it. No.
You gonna use the same one, dude?
I might as well, yeah.
Well,
We're ready.
my
Thank you.
service was mine too, and you truncate me.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Sure. What do you...
You want us to keep talking?
What do we...
I hope you're not recording this for posterity, because we're not saying anything at least bit important.
Good. Garble. Talk to ourselves. Okay, sure.
There are worse places you could have been subpoenaed than Harrisburg. Could have been somewhere like Kansas City.
Yeah, I guess it could have been outside of Scranton, too.
Yes.
Yeah.
Could have been.
that Fuzzy girl? Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay, I'm gonna lead you out to the airport where you're gonna get on. I'm going to the airport, and you're going to the Turnpike interchange, and I'll lead you out there.
Okay, so I'll be in touch with you. When should I give you a call? Next week sometime?
Yeah, whenever you have any questions, you can track me down. My secretary will know where I am.
Good.
When we go out Route 83, We'll go down through town on Front Street, and then we'll go across a bridge way down at the south end of town, and then we'll swing out and down 83, and you'll see the turnpike. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We ask the first question, and you now got enough wide, and here, go ahead and close.
Monthly basis, a weekly, weekend basis, and like all kinds of people have been here. Like any kind of motley group. It's like an underground railroad almost. This is strange people that would come in, and during that summer that you're interested in, there were a lot of people here. Besides the 4 people living here, I couldn't tell you who they were, but it's a possibility that one of them could have been Patty Hearst if they did find fingerprints in here. But I don't believe she lived here for any length of time because I would have seen her.
Since Miss Hearst and her companions left here, apparently heading west, perhaps returning to California. Still, while the trail has now once again grown cold, federal investigators do consider this a break. It's given them their best idea so far about how the fugitives are living and about the people who are helping them. David Shoemaker, ABC News, South Canaan, Pennsylvania. Just live with that.
The house sits in a clearing in the foothills of the Poconos Mountains, just back from a seldom-traveled dirt road. It's an isolated spot. The nearest neighbors are almost a mile away, and the few year-round residents didn't pay much attention. In short, it is, to use the current slang, the ideal crash pad. And Patty Hearst and William and Emily Harris weren't the only ones to find a safe haven there last summer. But the FBI reportedly is sure Miss Hearst passed through. She left behind her fingerprints, and the dusting made by the searching agents is still visible. However, that was the only trace that she had been here. One of the few people in South Canaan to have talked with the residents of the house, Louis Proddy, can't believe he actually saw Patty Hearst.
It's been rented out, monthly basis, a weekly, weekend basis, and like all kinds of people have been here. Like any kind of motley group. It's like an underground railroad almost. This is strange people that would come in, and during that summer that you're interested in, there were a lot of people here. Besides the 4 people living here, I couldn't tell you who they were, but it's a possibility that one of them could have been Patty Hearst if they did find fingerprints in here. But I don't believe she lived here for any length of time because I would have seen her.
It's been 5 months since Miss Hearst and her companions left here, apparently heading west, perhaps returning to California. Still, while the trail has now once again grown cold, federal investigators do consider this a break. It's given them their best idea so far about how the fugitives are living and about the people who are helping them. David Shoemaker, ABC News, South Canaan, Pennsylvania. It's been 5 months since Miss Hearst and her companions have left here.
Could you hit the camera once? Yeah, 360.
Bob?
We're just gonna have to.
Right.
Is that better?
Yeah, that's. I'm gonna go override it. We're all right.
Okay.
It's been 5 months since Miss Hearst and her companions left here, apparently heading west, perhaps returning to California. Still, while the trail has once again grown cold, federal investigators do consider all this a break. It's given them their best idea so far about how the fugitives are living and about the people who are helping them. David Shoemaker, ABC News, South Canaan, Pennsylvania. One more.
Here we go. Okay.
It's been 5 months since Miss Hearst and her companions left here, apparently heading west, perhaps returning to California. Still, while the trail has now once again grown cold, federal investigators consider all this a break. That's given them
Okay, here we go.
Mrs. Lockwood, what can you tell us about the house down the road and the people who were there?
Well, I didn't see too much of them. We only saw one girl, and she came out here around the last of June or 1st of July and used the phone to call the landlord, and that's all I can say.
Do you know who she was?
No, I don't. We didn't really take any notice of it too much. All I know is that she did come in here several times, and the fact that she was standing right next to me here using...
Lockwood, here we go again.
What can you tell me about the people who lived in that house?
Well, not too much. There was one girl that came out here and used the phone to call the landlord. They were having trouble with the utilities there. And she was a very nice-looking girl, possibly in her early 20s, average build, short hair, very mannerly.
Did they ever buy anything at your store?
I don't really recall. I know they did ask at the time if we carried electric hot plates because they had no LP gas to cook with. And I recommended they go into Lake Ariel Hardware.
Are you surprised now to find out what was going on in that house?
I still don't believe it.
Stop.
Okay.
Did they show you pictures of for instance, Miss Hearst?
Who?
Did the FBI ever show you?
They put a group of pictures down.
Mm-hmm. Were you able to recognize any of them?
No. When you see a picture like that, well, you imagine you see everybody in them.
Yeah.
And when you're not really looking for someone, why, naturally you don't see them.
So you had some people.
lousy wind.
Okay, Eldon said that. It was fun to do like that. Oh, we can do it again.
Okay, question?
Right. Mr. Prouty, what can you tell us about the, I'll tell you, are you a little wide right now, Bob?
Yes, well...
Stay wide for just a minute, okay? And let me talk to him just for a moment here.
People that we came to know vaguely, there were 2 men and 2 ladies, and the story they told us was that they were people from, I don't know, New York, I believe. They were a sports writer and his associate, secretary and proofreader. One girl was Chinese, the other one was a redhead, and 2 men were in the 20s, young looking. Not much more I could tell you about that, except that the FBI were down several months ago, and they were inquiring the same as you are now about the people living here during the summer. And they showed me a few pictures. One of them was Patty Hearst, and I said I recognize her as Patty Hearst, but I did not see her here at all whatsoever.
So you're not sure today whether the redhead with the freckles is a...
I'm sure the redhead with the freckles is a redhead with the freckles. I mean, she's not that great of a makeup artist that she could disguise herself as Patty Hearst. I'm, positive that she'd have to be a fantastic makeup artist to say that she wasn't a redhead, because she looked like a redhead.
Mm-hmm. So then you think that was not Patty Hearst?
Yeah, I'm almost sure of it. As sure as one can be.
Mm-hmm.
I talked to her for like, the most 15-20 minutes at a time, and it just wasn't Patty Hearst.
Did you also
from the pictures I've seen of her?
Did you also see pictures of the Harrises?
The Harrisons, yes, and I couldn't recognize them as the people living here. These were different people that were here.
And have you heard, as others have said, that they found, in fact, though, her fingerprints in the house?
Right. This house has been like ever since John Schott sold it about.
Okay, well, that's beautiful. Okay.
Sounds up fairly clean. It looks like a couple, maybe just a hole out.
Okay.
This seems to be the first firm knowledge in almost a year that your daughter is alive and well. How do you feel about that?
Well, we feel very good about it. We always believed she was alive and well, but this confirms it, and I still think she's alive and well.
Here's the jacket.
Take that photo of the book because they were.
Do they expect what, 8 inches of snow or something, 6, 8 inches?
Yeah.
That'd be marvelous.
Okay.
Does this sound all right?
Mr. Hearst, what has the FBI told you about your daughter?
2 weeks ago, they told me that there was a farmhouse in Pennsylvania where they had reason to suspect that she had been in.
Mr. Hearst, what has the FBI told you about your daughter? Farmhouse.
Well, that could be. I have no direct knowledge of that. But I'm sure if they made the definite statement that they have knowledge of it, and it's very possible that that's how they assumed she was there.
It's getting hotter and heavier.
Well, the chase doesn't seem to be getting that hotter and heavier, and I don't know. I don't think she will. She might. I hope she does.
Does the FBI, do you think the FBI know where, let me ask you again, do you think the FBI knows where your daughter is now?
No, I don't.
These reports about Las Vegas, have you heard about them?
Yes, I've read something about them in one of the papers, but I don't know anything about that.
When's the last time you talked to an FBI agent?
I think it was a couple of weeks ago. About Patricia. Now, in San Francisco, we know some of the FBI people, and we talk to them, just as individuals. But about Patricia, this was the last time.
They've not told you about the fingerprints?
I don't believe they did. But Mr. Bates was fairly sure that she had been in that house.
How does your wife finally feel to know that for sure that she's well after this little longer than a year?
Well, I'm sure she's relieved that, just like I am, that we do know definitely that 4 months ago she was alive and well. And we both believe she still is.
Why is your daughter, do you think, still running? Is she running from criminal prosecution? Is she running?
Oh, I have no idea. I suppose part of it would be the fear that she would be prosecuted and possibly have a jail sentence. I don't think she would. We've always, our own opinion is that it would be much better for her to come in on her own. And after all, she was a kidnapped victim. And she could clear herself, I think, and then continue to do anything she wanted to do, but being a free woman.
Does the FBI offer out any more hope for you in terms of their own investigations?
No, I haven't talked to the FBI about it.
All right, cut. Thank you. Mr. Hearst, what are you doing in light of this new information?
Well, there isn't anything we can do. It's old information, and as I told you before, I don't believe they know where she is right now. So there isn't anything that I know that I can do.
She's been reported to be seen in Canada?
Well, she's reported to be seen every place. She's been reported all over the country and in South America and every place else. I'm sure the FBI get reports daily on sightings. So I just don't know I don't think we can do any more today than we could a week ago as an individual. Okay?
That's it. I mean, what has the FBI told you? What has the FBI told you? What has the FBI told you? This seems to be the first solid evidence you've had about that. This seems to be the first solid evidence that your daughter is alive and well. How does that make you feel? In light of these new developments, are you doing anything different now than you did before?
go. Step back. Go, step back.
Pull that light, huh? Hey, keep that light down, huh? You want these people to get hurt?
Keep the light off.
Something in his hand. He went in there. No?
They just brought somebody out. Did you get it? Vern, they just brought a woman out.
Get the light out!
They may go to the airport. I sure as hell can't make, huh?
That's him. That's him, man. Why would they grab on that one?
I spot it right down on him. To the red car. The red car. The other house, the manager. There he goes, going around.
Oh, yes, exactly. What? Yes, but you push around. You rush to death. You guys keep pushing. Let's all step back so we get it. Back up a little bit. Back up, please. All right, back up a little bit. Back up. Police officer Richard Seaver. Come on, give the guy a little bit of room. Back up a little bit. Make sure you get your signal too. Blackjack. Well, blackjack doesn't have any point.
take pictures while I was talking, love. Yes, it's all changed. The cops are leading him around now to the temporary headquarters.
Well, he looks like he's rubbing his knees from bending. And just below his ears. He has curly hair, looks brown, just below ear length. We had Lord Byron about 3 weeks ago. Yeah.
You sound like my sound man. Gary. Find it.
Okay, that's a roger. I'm leaving right now, and I'll get to you as soon as possible. Thank you.
Tony, I read what you said, and I can't...
Huh? If I knew this, I would have brought the basketball chair up from the car. Well, that's the next one. If they do what I think they should do, thank God we grew up here.
Some increase in anxiety with him, and he started to get sullen at this time, and he made the hostages then sit down. They had been standing most of the time and been in a comfortable position. For about 45 minutes, he had the hostages down underneath the cell's cages, and then for whatever reason, he started to, he let the hostages stand up. Then, after 15 minutes or so, while they were standing up or seated at various positions behind the teller's cage, we conducted a communication back and forth in sign language, and it appeared from the sign language I was receiving from the hostages that he might be falling asleep. But what created even more anxiety in us was the fact that these hostages looked as though they might try to do something with them, and we were trying to calm them down so that they didn't act prematurely and possibly... Right up.
Okay.
Are you going to bring him down again to the desk?
Yes, we are.
Ray, can you tell us why you did this? Can you just tell us why? Understand why you did it?
Excuse me.
What do you mean? You understand?
Stay in front of him.
I got it. I'm trying to organize the Afghan. I'd like to thank the Grateful Dead. What do you mean you'd like to thank the Grateful Dead?
Now let me step out the door.
Are you aware of the problems that you're now involved with for doing this? I mean, you said it was worth it. Why is it worth it?
Oh, what the hell is he going to kick him? Ouch, who's on my foot?
Were you trying to prove something? What are you trying to prove? Is there any reason you mentioned that you wanted Patty Hearst free and the Harrises and the 10 million in gold? Why did you do that? You seem to be taking this a little lightly. Are you? You don't seem to be working.
Better than what?
To really hurt anybody.
No, definitely not. There's no violence involved in, at any point.
And you didn't want to. Why did you do this?
Are you trying to tell the public something? Yeah, I might make a statement, about why I did it at a later, date and time, but I'm really not going to say anything about why I did it at this point.
You have to put the guy out. Well, you're right here now. You could. Did you, Ray? Any regrets at all, Ray?
Yeah, we'll leave as soon as we get finished. What about your
any
loved
regrets?
ones? No, no regrets.
No regrets at all?
No regrets.
What about your family?
What about your family? Your loved ones, Ray? No, I really don't have any family, to speak of. What about your girlfriend? Okay. Give the officer a hand. Good.
Yeah, I got him on.
The stuff? We'll take everything. We'll put it in the trunk. We'll meet you. Can you hold that gun up a minute? No. Don't fall off. Side off there. Is that called the sauce?
Oh, sunset. You could just see the...
Was it that you were
Not a rear door where you had access to a corridor.
Did he offer any real resistance at that particular time?
No, he was completely taken by surprise.
And what did he say? Did he say anything at that point?
No, he wouldn't say what he said anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Did he have a gun in his
hand? Did he have...
I haven't got any of the details yet. We'll have it all at headquarters as soon as I can unravel it.
Okay, sure.
Everybody's going down. The circumstances were, but the conversation was working and distracting him, and it made the opportunity available.
In other words, negotiations broke down, and you had...
negotiations didn't break down. The ending is what counts, and any opportunity you can get to make the ending is important. And in this case, once he was distracted and the Captain St. John had the opportunity, he seized it.
But was it your understanding earlier he was going to release all the hostages and come out about an hour and a half or so ago?
No, he didn't say anything one
but
way
he
or
had
like
seen
that.
that we had been reported that he was indeed ready to give up, and then he changed and forced some of the hostages to lie on the ground.
They've all been lying on the ground since the beginning. He let a few go at every few, as you saw it, every few hours he let a few go.
Why did he let few of these people go at a time? Why did he do that? Okay,
move over there. Come on, let's go.
Come on, out on the street. Let's go. Come on. Just as we entered the premise, they picked up what guns were laying around, and they were handed to us by hostages in the place.
Which hostage made the move to get to the...
Well, they all simultaneously made it. They all were looking at each other, and they realized that it was their time to make the move, that the guy had been getting drowsy, and they made the move all together.
Getting drowsy from the beer that he had been drinking?
Apparently so.
What kind of dialogue were you having with him?
Well, it was really irrational. He seemed to wander from one thing to another. One time he seemed like he was straight. At other times he seemed like he was in another world. He played his music. He was quiet. And he wouldn't answer. He would answer. It was just very sporadic.
Was he ever specific about what he wanted?
No, he wasn't. He seemed to wander from one thing to another. He seemed very confused.
Well, the hostage is in danger, really, at any time during the last hour.
Oh, yes, they certainly were, because during that last hour there was the time that he was moving around. He had the gun in his hand. He was waving it around. And until he became drowsy in the last few minutes, the hostages were in danger right up to that point.
Did he resist you at any time?
Well, I think he was very surprised that we were in there. It was
probably down to the police headquarters.
He was taken completely by surprise.
What did he say to you? How did the TPU
He said nothing at all. He was very drowsy. He said nothing.
We're shooting.
I think he wants to be here.
All right, you want to stay there? Stay there. Okay, John.
We're doing aftermath. I'm not sure. Give it to me again.
Go with 154.
Can anybody advise where they want the body of the truck at this time, please?
That would have, this whole thing would have been bottom.
Yes, it's a good one.
Civilians?
Tony, when did you get up to 9?
That's around
Good.
Let's walk them out first. We'll let the 4 to 12 put the barrel.
Tell him I think it's the store. All right, good.
Get him. Come back.
I don't think he wants to do anything.
All the way back in, please.
For the perpetrators.
All right. After.
Bring it out here in the corner.
Right.
Can you tell us how many people are in there at this point?
There are 8 people left in there at this point.
What is the criminal, the bank robber? What has he said so far to the people you have talking to him?
He's making certain demands.
Among them?
For sums of money and for release of what he calls political prisoners.
Did he name specifically?
Yeah, the SLA people on the West Coast, right?
The Hearst and the Harrises, Patty Hearst?
He named the SLA people as a group, yeah.
Right, and he said he wants what?
Their release.
Their release. What? This man that just came out, he was a hostage.
Yes.
Why was he released?
It's a part of a conversational process with the fellow. They're talking to him, asking for his cooperation so everybody can get out of the situation fairly, and as a good faith gesture that he's serious in his negotiations, he released 2 hostages.
Your men suggested that to him?
Yeah.
Did he bring a message to you, Frank?
No, not yet.
2 hostages, customers or employees?
Yeah.
We'll find out in a minute. Give
How
me
many
some time.
hostages were just released? 1
2
or 2?
released, and there are 8
Excuse
more
me.
in there.
Are there any plans to do any? Are there any plans to do anything other than
Nothing.
wait this man out?
No other plans.
Frank, how many guys are inside?
How many?
Johnson can't get me. Nobody coming out for a while.
Hurry up, you stop.
Five employees and 2 customers.
Can everybody move that away?
Just a second.
There seems to be some kind of a development breaking here.
Frank, Gerald Erickson, CBS. What is the SLA connection, if there is one? Well, he has made among his...
There's 3 came out. We got 7. Excuse me, fellas.
Conversations is going on with the hostage team now. He has indicated that he's serious. As an element of good faith, he released a number of people to talk about what he is talking to them about.
And how are you communicating with him?
On the phone and through the doorway.
Have you given him a radio or anything?
Before you go on, because that's obviously ain't you. These guys are unbelievable.
The person who is holding the hostages doesn't seem to be taking any adverse action with respect to them. As far as we know, the hostages are all in good shape, and none of them have been in any way harmed or damaged.
What does he tell you right now? Has he changed? Has he changed any of his demands now? They were negotiable. He was asking for $10 million and Patty Hearst free and an airplane out of here. A little unreasonable. Has he made any more reasonable requests?
There's been no change in the kinds of things that he's indicating are his demands.
Why did you bring friends in here? Who are they?
We brought in some friends for whatever assistance we might be able to get.
How many, and have they actually talked to him?
No, they have not actually talked to him.
Has he indicated any political motive for this?
No.
How many men and how many women? How many men and how many women?
What could they do?
That we'll see.
What is the basis?
We've not made any decisions yet as to when or how we might.
You're just holding them.
We're not
nearby?
holding them. They've indicated to us that they desire to be of assistance.
Are these family members or are they political associates? Just who are they?
The persons are only identified as friends. They are not family members.
Commissioner, the situation around in the front
Yes,
of
it's not a bank robbery, which we tell him is right. He's insisting on it today.
Commissioner, the situation in front of the bank now seems to be relaxed. The situation in front of the bank now seems relaxed. The police officers are exposing themselves if the man ever took a shot at them. Is this a deliberate attempt to diffuse the situation, relieve the tension?
I think what you see is the fault of the angle at which you're looking at the action. The officers are not exposing themselves. True, the air is relaxed, but they are not exposing themselves to any possible harmful action.
Commissioner, what is the basic strategy?
Coming out of the basement.
My father!
Okay, got it.
I don't know where the hell they're talking about. Who's ready? I'll shoot him because if...
Yeah.
No, put the lights on. They want them on. On a truck. Turn them on. Turn them on. They want them on.
All right, fine. There's a whole bunch of them out here, inspectors. You want to move it back?
I don't know which one's Kojak, but I won't argue with it.
Yes, I can.
Possession truck, you showed up yet?
I have not seen him. Yeah, Vern. They trying to entice him with some food.
The other one.
They only go to the airport. They only go to the airport.
No idea.
What is this? Where did it come from?
We're picking it up over here. And the cops are not saying anything, at least where I am. They're putting him in charge. But,
The power to the people.
see this guy, that's... One last thing you want to say, Ray, before you pull away.
Yeah, I'd like to thank the grateful dead.
You'd like to do what?
I said I'd like to thank the grateful dead.
You'd like to thank who?
The dead, the grateful dead. Come on. You know what's happening? Why, you're breaking my arm. Crazy. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, John.
Thank you. See you later.
John.
In the book was that the man was innocent.
No, he was dead. He had obviously been watched. I mean, a love note from my husband saying probably got several competing personalities at this time that are, you know, within her. Not only that, but
a number of radical people come from wealthy upper-class families. We seem to have two types. We got the guys like Donald DeFreeze, who comes from the wrong side of the tracks, and everything is wrong. But there's no middle ground. The other people that join these movements, William and Emily Harris, Patty Hearst, a number of the people in the Weather Underground, all come from white, fairly well-off families. Is there any particular reason that you see for this?
Well, I think that there are two kinds of deprivation, parental or family deprivation. One is not having enough, and one is having so much that no limits are set, no goals are set, and the child really has no relevance. A child can have no relevance because the parent just doesn't have another moment to give, or a child can have no relevance because everything is done for that child, and therefore the child does not feel that it meaningfully participates. People to grow up healthy, Bettina, need limits. They need values. They need things to believe in. They need a direction, and they need goals. If you have absolutely everything given to you, what is there for you?
The case of Patty Hearst would seem to be an extreme example of this.
It's a very extreme example, even to the point now that I felt that when she rails at her parents and carries on, they still forgive, forget, and continue to provide. I said recently in a book that I wrote that at some point Hitler's mommy should have said goodbye, and at some point Dracula's mommy should have disowned him. I mean, there comes a point at which a parent has to say, not my child right or wrong, but that my role towards my child is to say what is right and wrong, and to have expectations.
Have the Hearsts failed in this respect?
I think that they do not, from what I've read, and again, I do not know them personally, but they do not, to me, articulate the rules. They do not seem to have expectations. They don't even seem to have the anger that I would have. I mean, I can only judge from common sense, and what I see more as a mother than I see even as a psychiatrist. It's not how I would feel. I mean, there comes a point I get angry. My child called me a fascist pig several times. I get really angry.
A lot of parents are puzzled. They don't want to be strict parents. They don't want to be too liberal. But I think that they're trying to not be so authoritarian as parents have been in the past. Is it possible for modern parents to find sort of a middle ground?
Well, first let me say that if there's a choice between being authoritarian or being permissive, it is better to be authoritarian. I mean, if one has to err as far as bringing up children, it is much easier for us to free up, as we say, the super ego, to teach people there are grays rather than blacks and whites, than to teach what we call infant Hercules or infant kings. I mean, kids that grow up believing that everything is on their terms. So that it's much, much better to be rigid if you have to err, if one has an instance in which you don't know what to do. Because if you give the child a set of rules, then the child has something to protest against, a sort of backboard. It's like playing squash with life. If there is no backboard, if there is nothing that the child knows what the parent stands for, then the child becomes confused. As far as having a middle ground, well, the beginning of a middle ground is respect between the husband and wife for each other as people. Too often in this modern day, husbands and wives use children to meet their own needs against the other partner. There's a great battle of control going on between the wife, between the husband, between the father and son, between the mother and son. Children don't grow up healthy in a battlefield, and they shouldn't be involved in it. They really need a sense of togetherness, a sense of security, and a sense of what the family stands for. There's no right or wrong thing to stand for. I want to make that very clear. It's important that the parents stand for something, so that I'm not saying there's only one set of values that everybody has to teach their children. There isn't. If there was, then it would be very easy to write a book and say, do this, 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 and this. I guess the most important thing to do is to be a person in your own right and to know what you consider is important. Another thing that is terribly destructive is to love your child no matter what. In fact, there's a very good saying called the firm hand is the loving hand. To say, no matter what you do, I'm going to love you, is to destroy that child, because the child needs limits. I keep saying the same thing again and again. It's repetitious, but a child needs to know that there are some limitations to what that child can do. If there are no limitations, if you can spend all the money in the world, if you can buy everything, if everything is given to you, and it doesn't have to only be in the rich families. I've seen middle-class families in which the boy is 23 years of age, does not clean his room, does not do his laundry, does not come downstairs and contribute to the family or do the cooking, cleaning up, and all that the mother does is clean, 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 and the child has absolutely, this is an adult, no role to play. The same mothers are the mothers who go out and actually buy heroin for their children. so that they're not sick. I mean, I've even seen it go to the extent that mothers have copped on street corners so that their child is not going to be discomforted.
What are these people who turn to radical movements, political movements, trying to achieve? Ostensibly, it's some political revolutionary aim, but is that what they're really after?
Well, I wish, in a sense, it would be easier. I think the majority of people that articulate these kinds of things are working through their own problems. Most of these people are really quite into their own bag, and they're articulating or find in these causes, and I think we saw this very clearly in the Manson group. I mean, they're really working through their own problems and not really doing very much outer-directed behavior to improve society, and it really doesn't make much change. Really, we make much more change by the kinds of things, say, that Martin Luther King did, which was an organized, sensible, planned through, meaningful experience that other people could deal with. You can't deal with bombings, you can't deal with murders, you can't deal with robberies. They're really only acting out your own rage. I think that what these kids are asking is, I'm going to be bad, and I'm going to be badder, and I'm going to be more bad, and the most bad, until somebody finally spanks me. And that's what they're asking for.
And that will eventually be the government.
Well, let us hope that people get spanked. I mean, if we constantly try to understand, we will get lost in the understanding and we will lose everything. There comes a point at which you should not understand. I mean, one doesn't have to understand, say, the Second World War. One doesn't have to understand the gas chambers. I mean, I don't care that people had a philosophy that they had to rid the world of a certain group of people. We don't need to understand the reasons they got there. We have to be big enough to be able to make a decision that was bad behavior, that was wrong behavior. Another area, why do we have to understand sex crimes? Why do we have to understand child molestation? I mean, at what point do we see the victim and we say that you can't continue to destroy?
In the case of these people, do you believe that sending them to prison does any good whatsoever? Well, how should they be punished? You're saying they have to be punished. Well, if it's left to the government, then they're going to be sent to jail if they're convicted.
Well, I think that it's sad that that's the only thing left. I mean, if there were ways we could have intervened earlier, it would have been better. If we could have made interpretations, if we could have worked with these people, if their parents didn't constantly forget, forgive, and continue, but really made some regulations and had some expectations of their young. Instead of the parent always asking, what can I do next for my child? If the parent had said, what do I expect of my child? What do I want my child to do for me? What are the responsibilities of my child? When you get all the way down the road, I think that you have to make an example. And if you have really outrageous flaunting of the rules, then all society has to do is say, we're going to spank now. I mean, there's absolutely nothing else left. There's really very little that can be done. Except to make an example.
I think what you're saying is that these people are hostile against their parents for one reason or another, and they turn to other forms of violence to express it, such as bombings. Is that right?
They're really so hostile that it's bottled up rage. Again, you know, it's also important for parents to realize that you can be angry with your children. And after you're angry with your children can be angry with you. I mean, one of the things that always fascinates me is after a parent who does discipline a child then makes the demand that the child smile and say thank you. The child has a right also to express anger. If the home permits joy, tears, sadness, sorrow, anger, hostility, then it's better. That doesn't mean I think that a child should slap a parent. Certainly not. There has to be respect. But the child can say to the parent, I want to go to my room, I don't want to talk to you now.
Let me get back to this point which we started to make, we didn't quite do it. If a child does how can a child who's brought up and has everything, how can they be hostile towards their parents? Why?
Well, if there is a normal experience going on, I can come back to, I'm sure that the wealthy husband and wife often have arguments. I mean, even in a milieu of everything, the man and wife will have differences of opinion. As your children go through being mini, midi, and maxi adults, they have different opinions. And there is a point at which the child should be given increasing ability to have their own territory. and have their own rights. I mean, for instance, there comes a point I would not think of walking into my 16-year-old daughter's room without knocking. I also expect that she would knock in when she wanted to come into my room. So that now we're living as more adults sharing the same home, the same kind of respect for each other. She has her own territory. If she wants to retreat because she's angry, she can retreat because she's angry. I don't expect her to speak to me rudely, but I do give her the opportunity to say, Mother, I'm angry. I mean, well, how can I?
Well,
yeah,
you deal with hypnosis.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's no such thing. There's no such thing as this.
Okay, we're talking about hypnosis. There is such a thing as hypnosis, but there's not, you can't be brainwashed for an extended period of 6 or 8 months of your life to be under somebody's control?
Well, not that I would ever imagine, unless it meets your basic underlying drives. I mean, you can't hypnotize a person to kill. You can't hypnotize a person to go against their basic grain. Certainly we've seen again and again instances in concentration camps, horrendous situations. When the person is freed, they are so delighted to be freed that whatever happened is washed away. I mean, you really can't program people that way.
But what happens to a person if you take a person, you put them into a small closet, you control what they eat, you don't give them much to eat, you don't even let them go to the toilet? Obviously, after a few weeks of this, they're going to come out
and agree with you. And they'll come out and they'll manipulate, and they'll come out and play a role, and they will act as if, and they would be very, very friendly. And I think that I would attempt to do that after 24 hours. I mean, I don't see any reason not to try to make the best of the situation that you're in and to try to save your own life. I don't think that everyone has to martyr their lives, and certainly in this instance to an abstract ideal that had no relevance. If they wanted to say this, this, and this, and then she was in a real situation of danger, when she's free, I would turn against. I mean, there's no way that there are many people, for instance, that played games with the Nazis. When they were free, they hated the Nazis. I mean, you hate your master. You don't learn to love them in this kind of situation.
So you do have free will. You do, in this situation, over an extended period of time, you should know what you're doing.
Well, I think that you can even be psychotic at a period of time, that you can, for instance, we know if you put people in sensory deprivation conditions, they will begin to hallucinate and fantasy and lose touch with reality. That's true. But then when you are freed, you reconstitute yourself. I mean, it isn't a situation that it remains permanent. Unless there are basic underlying hostilities and unresolved conflicts.
Okay. Would it be better for Patty Hearst psychologically, for her mental health, if her parents did disown her?
I think it would be better if not only if they said to her, well, you've chosen to go on your own, now you go on your own. You want to make or break it on your own. You're a big girl, now stand on your own 2 feet. I think she should stand on her own 2 feet. I think that's desperately what is needed. The ability to, if she wants her own control of her own destiny, let her have control of her own destiny. She's not a child. I mean, she really isn't a child anymore. Nor is she so frankly psychotic that one can easily, without a doubt, say that this is a person who thinks they're Napoleon or Josephine or some such thing as that. She knows who she is. In no uncertain terms. She is, under our test of sanity, definitely knows time, place, and name. And right from wrong, so that we really aren't dealing with that. It's right for her to now stand on her own 2 feet and see that, you know, another thing that it's important for parents to teach children, Bettina, is that if you do A, B, and C, then D will follow. There's such a thing called consequential thinking. This is another problem that the wealthy do not often have. They often, their parents buy out the consequences. And very early in training, the parent should not buy out the consequences. The parent should let the child face normal consequences for their actions. Because if they learn that they catch a cold if they have wet feet, if they learn if they don't study they're going to get a D, and then they're going to be in trouble academically. If they stay out late and you've told them to be home, and then you give them a curfew, then you set the rules early enough so that you don't have to set it all the way down the line. It would be much better for rules to have been set at 6, 7, 8, and 9 than to have to try to set rules at 23 and 24. It's not possible.
Okay, speaking generally, would it be better if a parent doesn't approve of, let's say, his son or daughter living with someone, should he let the child perhaps have a hard time, starve, and not pay the rent?
Well,
if he's financially capable of doing so, assuming it's no financial hardship?
Well, let me put it this way. It depends. One has to decide whether what the child is doing is within the realm of that child's rights as a person, or if the child is doing something which is really so terrible. There comes a point, certainly if my 14-year-old ran away and decided to live with someone, there's no way in the world I would ever even have anything to do with that. If my 26-year-old, and I don't have one, but when I have one, decides to live her or his own life and they're able to pay for it, I don't think that then is the time for me to place my moral judgments concerning, say, sexuality on a 26-year-old. I've done my work at 13, 14, and 15, and I hope the value systems by 26 will carry them. Whether I would pay for it? No, I definitely would not pay for it, nor would I have it in my own home.
One last question. Is there a lesson for people generally from the Patty Hearst case and the way her parents treated her and the whole thing so far?
Well, I think there's a very strong lesson, at least from what I'm picking up, and that is that there has to be real people, and that parenting is a real people function. You have to be able to have a whole range of emotions within a context of respect. That isn't that I think that outrageous fighting, hostility, and everything else, but your children have to know that you feel, and that you feel husband and wife for each other, and that you feel for them, and that you also are going to build something, that there is a goal called that family, and that goal is an our thing, not an individual thing, that the family isn't there for any one member, but the family has its own life and its own history that each of the members contribute to. And there have to be very definite positions, and those positions have to change. For instance, it's ridiculous to have a democracy, and many families try to operate in a democracy where the 5- and 6-year-old have the same vote as the father. I mean, there's something really wrong. There's no respect then in a family in which the 6-year-old, and I've seen this, where should we go on a vacation, and daddy wants to go one place and the 6-year-old wants to go another, and if you have more than 2 children, then you may be in trouble because they vote as a group. They really do. They vote as a lobby. But in turn, too, there has to be the kind of feeling that you give up a little for what you get back from the whole group. And not that the family is there for the children. They're there for each and every one. And I think that's the real rule here. And the great emphasis on respect between the different members is also to be there. There's to be firm hand, respectful hand, and love is all the way down. Too much is done in the name of we love you, which is nothing but forgiveness, irrational forgiveness.
Okay. I don't think this has anything to do with wealth. I think it's a thing to do with, okay, well, he's a little kid, he doesn't understand.
Yeah, but when you buy a child everything, I mean, when the child, I'm interested to see how F. Lee Bailey's going to control her.
I don't think he'll put her on the stand.
He can't put her on the stand. But, I mean, he can't control her.
What about this business, you know, the Dr. Harry Kozel business?
Unless you've asked 400 to 600 questions before you ask the meaningful ones.
What do you mean the break?
The difference in the body. You don't get that until you're in question 5 or 600. I mean, you've got to know how to give a polygraph, and probably what they did is they went right in and she was able to smooth it over.
I thought the polygraph could only be given in the space of 1 hour. Whatever you
No, he uses fatigue, he uses everything else. I mean, I'm not good at that. I have done truth serum. I did a lot of truth serum. And I did 1,000 truth serum in my residency, discovered it was untruthful. I mean, it didn't do you any good.
It seems that many radicals come from very wealthy white families. Why is that?
Because
in the Patty Hearst case, would it have been better for her psychologically if her parents didn't approve of everything she did?
I'm not quite sure.
Is it better for Patty Hearst psychologically now? If her, let's take it. Would Patty Hearst be better off psychologically if her parents disowned her?
Probably.
What causes children who ostensibly have everything material that is, to rebel against their parents?
Because they have no emotional input.
Why is it that parents, all right, let's see. Where is the cutoff point? When should a parent say no to his child, and what is his function?
When the gut tells you to.
Okay, that should do it.
I never.
Tell me when you're done.
Clouds.
Okay?
Miss Hearst showed little reaction when Judge Oliver Carter made the decision, probably because her defense team had worked it out with the court before the session began. "Do you have anything to tell this court?" asked Carter. Patricia Hearst quietly responded, "No, Your Honor." Patricia Hearst was also told that if eventually imprisoned, her term would not exceed 25 years, but she could also be paroled. So a team of psychiatrists, sociologists, and medical doctors will study the heiress, probably at the San Diego Metropolitan Correctional Facility. It is not exactly what the defense wanted, but Attorney Al Johnson was pleased. So it will be Patricia Hearst, at least in part, who will have a say in what is ultimately decided. Meanwhile, her next courtroom appearance is set for Wednesday at a pretrial hearing in Los Angeles, where she faces 11 state charges. Bill Redeker, ABC News, San Francisco.
Well, I think it's significant that the court feels that because of the complexities of this case and the complexities of the psychiatric evaluation which permeated the entire trial, that he needs more time in order to determine what an appropriate sentence would be.
The mind of Patricia Hearst has been probed and probed again by psychiatrists, and now Judge Oliver Carter, a cautious man, wants it examined once again before he passes sentence. Stephen Gear, ABC News at the Federal Courthouse in San Francisco.
This was the day their daughter was to be sentenced for armed bank robbery. After 7 months, Randolph and Catherine Hearst would learn the fate of Patricia. This, too, was the day that the defense team of Bailey and Johnson would discover whether the court believed their claims that their client was in poor emotional and physical health. But Miss Hearst received a temporary reprieve from sentencing. Attorney Bailey asked the court that she be committed for psychological testing before making a decision. It had been worked out ahead of time, and Judge Oliver Carter agreed to the idea. So for at least the next 90 days, Patricia Hearst will be psychologically evaluated, probably at a federal detention facility in San Diego. Not exactly what the defense wanted, but better than imprisonment.
The best would have been to release her on probation immediately. That would have been, of course, the ultimate. But insofar as we could not in good conscience indicate to the court that the complexity of this matter could be solved by a very few days of study, I think that the decision of the court is appropriate.
The defense was also told that if Patricia is eventually imprisoned, her term would not exceed 25 years, but she could also be paroled. The decision will be based in part upon what psychologists discover. Meanwhile, Miss Hearst will make her next courtroom appearance on Wednesday at a pretrial hearing in Los Angeles where she faces 11 state charges. Bill Redeker, ABC News, San Francisco. So it will be Patricia Hearst, at least in part, who will have a say in what is ultimately decided. Meanwhile, her next courtroom appearance is set for Wednesday at a pretrial hearing in Los Angeles, where she faces 11 state charges. Bill Redeker, ABC News, San Francisco. Ms. Hearst showed little reaction when Judge Oliver Carter made the decision, probably because her defense team had worked it out with the court before the session began. "Do you have anything to tell this court?" asked Carter. Patricia Hearst quietly responded, "No, Your Honor." Patricia Hearst was also told that if eventually imprisoned, her term would not exceed 25 years, but she could also be paroled. So a team of psychiatrists, sociologists, and medical doctors will study the heiress, probably at the San Diego Metropolitan Correctional Facility. It is not exactly what the defense wanted, but attorney Al Johnson was pleased. Judge Carter said a lot will be determined by how she communicates with the psychiatric experts.
That's like in the original case first started, everybody was next to be numbered and filed. As soon as they come in.
Yes.
What in effect did what happened in court today?
What happened?
At which are not known completely to the judge at this time because of the would indicate that preliminary conference with Judge Carter.
Someone want to get it on record. Put it on record, so.
At a preliminary conference with Judge Carter in his chambers, we indicated to the court that we would ask that Patricia Hearst be committed for a period of study for psychiatric and medical evaluation prior to the imposition of sentence. The United States Code provides specifically for such a procedure, and the judge has adopted that procedure and has ordered that she be sent to an appropriate institution to be designated by the Bureau of Prisons for such a study. Now, that study may take up to 90 days, may be extended for an additional 90-day period, or may take a considerably lesser period. In any event, a further hearing will be held here in San Francisco before Judge Carter, at which time mitigating circumstances will be brought to the attention of the court in preparation for final sentencing.
What effect does this have on the L.A. proceedings?
None whatsoever.
She'll go down there Wednesday, sir?
As the judge has indicated, his options are to impose a sentence consistent with the sentence allowed by law, that is, a period up to the maximum. He has indicated that he would not under any circumstances impose the maximum, and he may in fact release her on probation after the determination of the study by the Bureau of Prisons personnel.
She will be in Los Angeles Wednesday.
He said today that he respectfully disagreed with letters that had come to him recommending probation.
No, he didn't say that at all. What he did say was that the letters which recommended probation also indicated that she was not guilty of the crime for which she was charged here in San Francisco because of the fact that she was a kidnapped victim. What he said was that the jury verdict simply indicated that her guilt now is something which has been established, of course subject to appeal.
Getting back to
information did you?
That Ms. Hearst has given the government.
I can't hear one of the questions.
Kennedy and Browning meeting right now about plea bargaining?
No.
Getting back to the L.A. question, she cannot, I presume, go to trial while she is in an institution undergoing psychiatric examination. This must have some effect on what's going to happen in L.A. Can you tell us what?
Well, insofar as her availability for trial is concerned, I would agree with you that she could not go to trial within that period. However, it was never contemplated that she would go to trial within that period, since we have not even filed preliminary motions, nor have they been heard in Los Angeles.
Where would you prefer her to... What information did you give to the judge in chambers that the probation officers did not turn up?
Well, the probation officers turned up a great deal of information regarding her, and I would say that the substance of the probation report, as I saw it, was in fact the same recommendation or the same evaluation as we had recommended to the court.
Al, are you encouraged by what happened today?
Yes, institution at San Diego.
Mr. Johnson, Mr. Bailey mentioned the cooperation that Ms. Hearst has given the U.S. government. What can you tell us about that?
I wouldn't have any comment on that at this time.
Is there plea bargaining going on?
No, there is not.
Is there any talk of Ms. Hearst turning state's evidence?
No, in order to set that at rest, let me tell you that there have been no negotiations, no deals, no bargains of any kind whatsoever. And any published reports to that effect are mere speculation.
Would you be willing for her to testify?
I wouldn't have any comment on that at all.
Jack Anderson piece, then? Is that your comment on the Jack
I wouldn't want to comment on any particular pieces of published literature.
Ready to plea bargain. Is that true?
I say I wouldn't want to comment on any articles or any published articles.
Al, how is Patty reacting to what the judge did today? What did she think of it?
Well, she understood what the recommendation would be, that is, what our recommendation would be to the court prior to her appearance in court. And she did not appear to be disturbed by it. She assented to the proposal as we indicated we would make it at this time.
What is your grounds for saying she might be released on bail?
As we know them, because of her ordeal, because of the fact that she was an undisputed kidnapped victim, that she's had enough. And that regardless of the jury verdict, to incarcerate her at this time would serve no useful purpose either for herself or for society.
Has Ms. Hearst talked with Dwayne Keys, the Sacramento...
No, it is my hope that after the study, that the study will confirm what we already know, and that is that no useful purpose can be had in incarcerating her any further.
But you've had no indication she will get probation.
The judge indicated that today.
Since the jury's verdict, has Ms. Hearst talked to Dwayne Keys or to Browning at any time?
No.
Or members of their staff?
Or members of their staff?
How about during the trial?
The answer to that question is no. My understanding is, as the court put it, I think, very distinctly, that his options are, or his options do include, in fact, placing her on probation. And I would simply say that we intend to urge the court, upon the determination or upon the submission of the study, that that be done. It is my opinion that the study will recommend that to the court. It is my opinion that the study will show the information as we have it at the present time, that that type of a sentence would be completely appropriate and in order.
Mr. Johnson, you commented on the...
Prosecutors in other jurisdictions.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Probation report available to prosecutors like Keys or Mayerson?
Probation report is available to no one but the judge. Parts of it were made available to counsel. The recommendations were not, and it will not be by order of the court. I cannot. I'm bound by order of the court, by rule of the court, not to quote from the report. At the time of final sentencing, we may quote from portions of that report, and we intend to do so. There have been no bargains or deals of any kind whatsoever with any prosecutors, and that's the only comment I'm going to make.
Well, your partner made one comment, and I hate to quote him this publicly, but he did not say it off the record. He said that the Justice Department had clearly indicated that there would be no discussions of plea bargaining or state's evidence until after sentencing. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
Well, now, that presumably means sentencing after the investigation. Is that right?
I couldn't say. I don't know. I can't speak for the Department of Justice.
You don't consider her having been sentenced today, and I presume...
Certainly not. She was not sentenced today.
Al, chronologically, she shall be in Los Angeles, scheduled to...
Pediatric experts to study, and medical experts, to study her while she is committed to the institution and make a confidential report to Judge Carter for purposes of sentencing only. That report also is not available to anyone but Judge Carter.
Was she enter a plea on Wednesday?
The court has indicated in Los Angeles that it will accept a plea from her on Wednesday. Now, whether she enters a plea or whether she makes further motions which would be in substitution of a plea or in lieu of a plea is something which I think should be best held for Wednesday.
Do you foresee...
Well, it's not really a sentence. It's sort of glorifying probation.
What defense are you going to use in the only trial?
No filter.
Oh, boy.
I kind of know the quickest thing. I don't know.
I thought he was okay. Getting over that stuff.
Oh, really? This is a beautiful day. Hold on, you guys. I have to go.
A little hospital. You're eating from.
So it will be Patricia Hearst who had... One second. So it will be Patricia Hearst who, at least in part, will have a say on what is ultimately decided. Meanwhile, her next courtroom appearance will be Wednesday at a pretrial hearing in Los Angeles, where she faces 11 state charges. Bill Redeker, ABC News, San Francisco.
Bureau of Prisons.
I have been told.
Thank you. It is definitely San Diego.
Well, I'm not allowed to tell. We cannot allow the factors concerning her safety to outweigh a consideration of what is the best for her and her future insofar as sentencing is concerned. We do not believe she should be confined under that type of a program, that is, one for sentencing purposes or one for punishment purposes.
Have special arrangements been made to protect her should she be released on bail?
Yes, they have. Yes, they have.
When do you expect a ruling on her?
No, I wouldn't go into them, but except to say that if she is released on probation from this court, from this jurisdiction, she will in fact be bailed in Los Angeles.
When do you expect a ruling on your motion for severance in Los Angeles?
I think you'd have to ask Judge Brandl.
My name is George T. Davis, and I appeared here this morning at the request of Mr. Bailey and Mr. Johnson as a member of the defense team for the purpose of making an effort to persuade Judge Carter to grant probation in this case, which I truly believe would be the appropriate sentence. I filed it seems that since the full-scale hearing in mitigation was not in order this morning, there was no purpose in going into the matter at this time any more than was done in court. But since I had prepared a statement for the court, which includes not only my own views as to probation for Patty, but also includes a statement which I obtained by telephone yesterday from Dr. Fort, who is now in New York taping a firing line show, I thought that rather than leave the court after that expenditure of time and effort, and perhaps to make unnecessary a return at a future date, I would simply file with the court on the public record the statement which I intended to make and which Mr. Bailey intended to call upon me to make at this morning's hearing.
What did Dr. Fort tell you?
Well, Dr. Fort told me that he was quite happy to hear that Mr. Bailey wanted a statement from him in connection with Patty's probation, because he had been somewhat alarmed at Mr. Bailey's earlier statement that he would spend the rest of his life seeing to it that Dr. Fort never appeared in a courtroom again. And so it seemed that by this indirect method, Dr. Fort's feelings were assuaged, and Mr. Bailey showed that he is a pragmatist as well as a good lawyer.
Did Mr. Bailey ask for a statement from Dr. Fort or from you?
He asked for a statement from me, but asked me at the same time, since he knew about my close relationship with Dr. Fort during the period of his preparation to become a prosecution witness in this case, that I was familiar with Dr. Fort's thinking on the subject of probation, and he asked me to include those thoughts in my remarks this morning. And I have those thoughts here if you want to hear them. Yeah. I might say...
The mind of Patricia Hearst has been probed and probed again by psychiatrists, but now Judge Oliver Carter, a cautious man, wants it examined once more before he passes sentence. Stephen Gear, ABC News at the Federal Courthouse in San Francisco. Wait a minute. Wait till the wind dies down. The mind of Patricia Hearst has been probed and probed again by psychiatrists, but now Judge Oliver Carter, a cautious man, wants it examined once more before he passes sentence. Stephen Gear, ABC News at the Federal Courthouse in San Francisco.
One more, Steve. I'd like to have nobody going to the back if I can.
Nobody going by back? Wait a minute. The mind of Patricia Hearst has been probed and probed again by psychiatrists. Sir? The mind of Patricia Hearst has been probed. The mind of Patricia Hearst has been probed and probed again by psychiatrists, and now Judge Oliver Carter, a cautious mind, wants it examined once again before he passes sentence. Stephen Gear, ABC News at the Federal Courthouse in San Francisco. I want to do it once more if you're... Yeah. The mind of Patricia Hearst has been probed and probed again by psychiatrists, but now Judge Oliver Carter, a cautious mind... You're right, I did. Want to say it again? The mind of Patricia Hearst has been probed and probed again by psychiatrists, but now Judge Oliver Carter, a cautious man, wants it probed... Ah, shit. Ready? The mind of Patricia Hearst has been probed and probed again by psychiatrists, But now Judge Oliver Carter, a cautious man, wants it examined once again before he passes sentence. Stephen Gear, ABC News at the Federal Courthouse in San Francisco.
Is Patty willing to testify on the lost year? You're pretty good.
In the wrong way and you can't answer it in that form, or you want to stop, or you don't want to answer that, just say so. We'll shut it off and have no problem. About 5 more seconds of this and we'll go to work. Ralph, are you about? I'm happy. Okay. All set?
Yeah.
Mr. Kennedy, explain to me, if you will, what will happen if the psychiatrists determine that that Patricia Hearst is not competent to stand trial?
There are two things that will happen immediately after that. One is that she will be committed to an institution, a federal medical facility, for a period of time during which she will be observed, and further testing will be done, and ultimately a determination will be made as to whether or not she will ever regain competency. That assumes that she's determined to be incompetent now. The second implication of that is that because she is determined to be incompetent by a court of law, any testimony that she might give or that the government might wish her to give would itself be incompetent and not be usable.
Now, you mentioned a period of time. Is there a limit on how long she could be held?
There's no limit per se, but what the court would do under normal circumstances is if there was a determination, and say it comes back for hearing next Tuesday, if there's a determination then to the court's satisfaction that she is incompetent, she would be committed to a medical facility for at least 6 months. At the end of that 6-month period, there probably would be a follow-up hearing to determine whether or not there's been a sufficient change in her mental capacity to allow the proceedings to go ahead.
Now, one might assume that a permanent commitment to an institution is not something that her parents desire, or that her attorneys desire. So, can we discuss for a moment the likelihood of a trial in this case? Do you think one is likely?
To try to prevent her from being tried on the myriad of charges that she faces, and therefore they're going to apparently try to strike some bargain in that regard. And that bargain will undoubtedly be for limited time imprisonment, limited incarceration in return for her testimony against the individuals who first allegedly kidnapped her and then theoretically harbored her. And that is the more complicated question that only time will tell us the answer to.
Now, you're saying, in other words, that that after a period of incompetency, perhaps, in which she is getting some kind of care, a trial would take place.
Yes.
Now, a trial, the defense hopes would be on a reduced number of charges or a reduced charge. What kind of defense can her attorneys make? What do you think is their best defense at that trial?
Well, I think they have a variety of defenses. In addition to the most significant one, which is putting the government to proving to a jury beyond a reasonable doubt that she did in fact commit a particular offense. There's a great deal of speculation in the press as to what she may or may not have done, but so far there's been no tangible proof of it. Secondly, she would have a defense that has developed recently. It is called cultural insanity. It's not the traditional insane defense used in criminal law. Cultural insanity means that for a period of time, because of extraordinary pressures brought to bear on an individual by the government or by an employer or by someone in a position of authority, your ability to be able to choose what you want to do is impaired and limited. And a good example of that is the individual in Detroit, a worker in Detroit who shot his foreman with a shotgun and killed him, and a jury there was convinced that the working conditions in that plant were so atrocious that the individual had no choice. That was the type of cultural defense I'm referring to. Another defense is duress. That is, that the particular things that were done, again, not volitionally or not freely, but were done because she had basically no choice, and I'm sure her lawyers are exploring that possibility. The third defense is not guilty by reason of insanity, which is the incompetency we talked about earlier.
Is there also not a possibility of bringing in the question of whether or not hallucinogenic drugs were administered without her knowledge, LSD perhaps?
That is a defense. There is a defense called defense by reason of intoxication, and it could be narcotic intoxication. And a close reading of her affidavit would seem to indicate that the possibility is being raised by her lawyers, whether it is factually, whether there's any basis to it factually, we don't know yet, that she was, during the initial period of her abduction, administered possibly a hallucinogenic substance. And if that were the fact, and it were proven that while she were under the influence of such a substance, that would also be a defense available to her.
Now, isn't there a difficulty here for the defense in that they, on all of these points, on insanity, on the intoxication question, that they must provide evidence that convinces the jury not beyond a reasonable doubt, but that they must provide a preponderance of evidence for proof?
You're right. The burden in terms of those defenses under the law shifts to a defendant who raises the burden. And but it is not the same burden that the prosecution would have, as you point out. The prosecution must prove all of its burdens by evidence beyond a reasonable doubt, which is an onerous burden, and very rightly so. Whereas when a defendant raises a defense, the defendant has the responsibility of proving it by a preponderance of the evidence. Well, that's not very difficult to do. For example, if no one is going to come forward, inasmuch as the government killed all the individuals in Los Angeles who allegedly were with her at the time, no one is going to come forward to say that she did not take a hallucinogenic substance or was not given a hallucinogenic substance. So essentially it's her word at that point, and her word would be enough under the preponderance evidence rule to justify that defense.
I don't know if this is asking you a long time, that Patty Hearst, if captured, would never spend a day in jail. Do you think it's possible that once her period of mental rehabilitation, if there is one, is over, that she may in fact never spend a day in jail having been sentenced?
I think that's a very real possibility, yes. First of all, we don't know exactly what evidence the government has against her. I think that down the line, if the government does pursue a case against her, and as I said, I don't think the government's going to pursue the case against her. I think they're going to pursue pressuring her to try and turn against the other individuals. But if they do, the chances of her getting a conviction, the most heinous thing she's charged with, as I understand it, and I'm not that familiar with all the charges against her, I've not read the documents, but as I understand it, it's a simple kidnapping charge out of Los Angeles as being the most heinous offense that she faces. And according to the press, the individual who was kidnapped has himself said that he was very sorry that she was captured and that it was one of the big thrills of his life having to meet her and going on that lark, if you will. And when you have a witness who was kidnapped who says that the most exciting thing that happened to me was the kidnapping, you don't have a case with great prosecutorial romance to it. So I don't think Patty's troubles are nearly as serious as the government pretends them to be, or as the government is trying.
now is another attempt. Mr. Kennedy, how serious is the case against Patty Hearst?
Well, again, we don't know all of the evidence that the government purports to have, but my view of what we have seen to date that has appeared in the media and some of the court documents is that the government doesn't have nearly as strong or as heavy a case as they would like the public to believe and as they would like Patty to believe. And again, I think that is part of the government's tactic to cause Patty to turn against the individuals who were helping her at the end. I think I also do not think that they have a very strong case against the Harrises. Witness, they were arrested up here and held up here, and the U.S. attorney here chose not even to try and file charges against them in the Northern District of California.
Interestingly enough, we just learned late this afternoon they are going to be arraigned here tomorrow, not in Los Angeles. Plans were changed.
Mm-hmm. And I assume...
Let's just stop for a second with the siren. Mr. Kennedy, you mentioned that the kidnapping, that's a very persistent siren. Mr. Kennedy, you mentioned that the kidnapping charge against Patty Hearst is perhaps the most serious charge against her. The government presumably will try her here on the bank robbery charge, or is it your anticipation that they will find some reduced charge to try her?
That's my expectation, yes. If they are able to convince Patty that the only way she can survive this ordeal is to turn state's evidence against the other individuals, they will reduce that particular charge. Additionally, the government knows, particularly behind her most recent affidavit, that they have some serious problems with reference to potential defenses that Patty and her lawyers can develop about that particular bank robbery. It seems then that the heaviest offense still remains that kidnapping, and that's why I'm saying that I don't believe the charges against her are as serious as the government would like us to believe. And that also, I think, has to be placed in a political context, and that is that the government would much prefer to have a kidnapped victim, particularly one as famous and from as prominent a family as the Hearsts, turn against individuals the government considers to be their enemies, rather than be in support of them, because her political support for individuals who are fighting this government causes that government a great deal of embarrassment.
Do you believe, Mr. Kennedy, that the L.A. County prosecutors or the state, whoever makes this decision, will be willing to follow the government's guidelines on this case? In other words, if the government reduces the charge, will the state be willing to drop charges?
Well, the state isn't required to, simply because the federal government does. But again, the chances are that the pressures that are being applied to Patty are coordinated pressures. And I find it very hard to believe that the U.S. attorney here is not in coordination with the acting district attorney of Los Angeles.
Now, I'm going to ask you another question that you may not want to go into. But at this point, based on Patty's affidavit, the evidence you've seen in the past week of her frame of mind, the apparent contrast between her loving attitude toward her parents and the raised fist salute, the statement that Terrence Hallinan gave out of her greetings to brothers and sisters, have you made any kind of a judgment regarding where her head is at?
From experience I've had with other individuals, I can suggest a pattern, yes. When she was first apprehended, she was, of course, in a state of shock, as one would expect, because I'm sure she fully expected to be executed if she was ever found. And when she was not, she was quite exhilarated by that and maintained to what had been her political line, it seemed to me before, which was one of resistance. Then she is closeted with her family and her lawyers and the government for a protracted period of time. She comes out of that meeting and she is very quiet, subdued, and contrite. I have seen individuals placed under those pressurized conditions by the FBI, by U.S. attorneys' offices in the past, and what they do in there is say, listen, if you don't cooperate with us, you're going to go away forever and you'll never see the light of day again, and we have an ironclad case against you anyway, so you might as well cooperate. et cetera, et cetera. And most individuals cave in, or not most, but many individuals cave in that circumstance. And I think we've seen an initial cave-in by Patty, but I frankly doubt that that is going to be a permanent cave-in. I think she's going to find herself again, because she does exist, and we keep losing sight of that. I think she'll find herself again, and whatever she stands for will come out.
You think at this point she really doesn't know?
At this point, all she knows is the information that she is being given, and that is information of a particular slant. It is not general information, certainly.
Given by whom?
Given, I would assume, by her parents, given by the Federal Bureau of Investigation, given by the U.S. Attorney's Office, and given by her lawyers, who are instructed, quite obviously, by her parents.
Well, I'm a bit bewildered now, and maybe I'm trying to pin you down more than you care to be on this point, or maybe I simply don't understand. But are you saying that her behavior at the moment, her good behavior at the moment, is based on the advice that she had best behave well?
You were asking me to explain the rather remarkable change in her character, and what I attempted to do was to explain that based upon concrete experiences that I've had with other defendants in that situation. I'm not suggesting that anyone has suborned perjury from her or caused her to deliberately lie. I'm not suggesting that.
Thank you.
Cut it off or I start grinning.
Give him the Rockefeller. Excuse me. It will be a dancing bears.
Oh, really?
Sounds like got a few people here again, haven't we? Thank you.
Would you ask some questions for us?
What's up there? I'm still rolling in. You're crazy. Al, and again, you're, yeah.
Trail killed?
Yes. Al? No,
Would you pass that mic? Al says he'll give us 30 seconds.
She sits in the chair that's mostly in front of the microphone, and he's over.
Where do you want Al? Al here?
Yeah, that's
All right, let's. Al here and her by the microphone. Okay.
That'd be nice.
Hey, Doug? How do you start this? Oh, it's rolling. Back it up.
Where is it?
Mine isn't bad. I'll give you a 10-second warning when to start my talk. This is big. Well, hopefully.
This is Bob. Does anybody else want their tape recorder started?
They're all started, I think.
Mine lined up. Then that's not going to do it. Not this year.
When you get a couple of close-ups, try to get up on the table, get over all the stuff. Don't forget. Mike, I'd say by 20 minutes. Yeah. Can you make it? Leave here by 25 minutes. Pretty call them on the radio.
It's not mine, no.
See if they can make that.
You serious?
Just won't budge. Must be.
Yeah, you're on start.
It's okay.
Get down in front. Get out of the way. Not you, you're too short. Salt Lake City.
Here.
Inverse ratio.
Hey, I recognize that voice.
Okay, let's go. Quiet.
Oh, okay.
If you put her in the right seat, please just switch seats.
Sure. Okay. All right, gentlemen, as I indicated before, there will be no questions because of legal reasons. However, Ms. Hearst has indicated she might indicate how it feels right now to be released on bail.
Well, it would be a lot better if I were home right now, and I'd like to get this over with so I can go home.
Okay, Swiss.
That's it, Al? No questions.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Patty.
Thanks, Al. Joe, I need another magazine late.
step over to the microphone?
We have a bunch of microphones. Could we get you to step over there with me?
Are locked up in jail, frequently, sometimes requiring them to plead.
I also would like to express my deepest love and gratitude that I feel for my parents for their undying love and trust for me. No one will ever know how much strength all these people have given me. Now that I'm out on bail, I will be able to better assist my lawyers, Jim Larson, Fran Schreiber, Garrick Liu, and Dale Minami, who are being most generous and competent in my defense. With all these people's support and help, I remain high in spirit and strong in my convictions.
Get back.
Just want to say that I'm glad to be out of jail here, and want to thank all the people who've helped me and who are working on the case, and all my friends who have shown concern. And I want to say it's it's unfortunate that the prosecution is delaying this trial. I, of course, want to be vindicated as soon as possible, but obviously they have some kind of problem.
At 1:15 p.m., we arrested Bill and Emily Harris in the 200 block of Presida. At 2:25 p.m., less than 30 minutes ago, in continuing this investigation into some other areas in that general area, we arrested Patty Hearst and Wendy Yoshimura at 625 Morse, M-O-R-S-E, in the Outer Mission District.
What proved to be the big break in this case?
Well, I think it was just a lot of hard work and effort, and when we were in that area, which we had reason to believe, and we've been into a lot of areas in the last year and a half, we observed these two people, and as we always do, we check them out. As you all know, that we've checked out thousands of people in this case, and this is the one we checked out, and it was the Harris.
What do they have to say, Mr. Bates?
I don't know.
Do you anticipate any more arrests? Do you anticipate any more arrests, sir?
What kind of a day was it, Mr. Browning? Hold it 1 second.
Ready on the right.
Okay, let's roll. All right, Mr. Browning, what kind of a day was it?
Very interesting day.
What happened?
Well, I think, as you probably know by this time, actually four federal defendants, persons named in various charges in the state of California, were apprehended in San Francisco. They were all arraigned before U.S. Magistrate Woodruff this afternoon. Patricia Hearst was arraigned and set over until tomorrow to appear before Federal District Judge Oliver J. Carter at 3 p.m. on a charge of bank robbery, armed bank robbery, the bail on which was retained at $500,000. As things...
I would rather not say anything about what Ms. Hearst told me or go into any details of anything that she said.
Was she
As
ever
I said,
emotional?
you have a right to exercise your right to remain silent. She chose to do so. It would hardly be appropriate for me to defeat that right by saying what
Terry,
she told
in
me.
talking to her, was she emotional at all?
Our plans are to continue our own legal struggles, and now the government has not indicated at all that they're through with us at this time. And for 8 months now we've been unable to work, and for the past 8 months our entire lives and the lives of our parents and all of our close friends have been entirely consumed with defending ourselves now against the government harassment and persecution that we've been subjected to. That it would be to reiterate our statement, and that if now the comments that we and many other people now in this country have made since the massacre in Los Angeles, I think the news media...
I feel tired, I feel relieved. I'm very glad that this part of her ordeal is over, and I'm glad no one was hurt, and that she's well, and that she seems to be, or I've heard, in good spirits.
Mr. Hearst, have you heard that your wife was not allowed to see your daughter today?
No.
Okay, Jim. Get behind you now.
Now, take it easy. Watch my voice.
Frank? Yes, sir, right before.
I'll pick it up for you.
Mrs. Hearst, terribly happy, more happy than trepidatious.
Do you have any notion what you'll say to her when you see her?
I'll tell her I love her.
Are there questions that you want to ask her?
No questions in my mind.
Have you talked with your husband?
Just momentarily. He's in New York, and I just talked with him for a moment.
What did
he say?
Mr. Hearst say?
He said he was leaving right away on the plane, and I said, so am I. So we hung up and ran. That's all.
Are the children coming back? Are the other children coming back, Mrs. Hearst?
I hope so. I'm sure they'll hear, and we have a signal that everybody comes back.
You have a signal that everyone comes back?
Yes, with all the other girls, her sisters.
What was
the
the
minute
signal?
they hear, wherever they are, everybody's just supposed to move.
This has been a long ordeal for you. I bet you're glad it's over.
Yes, it has.
You working, Press? Everybody rolling.
How is she, Mrs. Hearst?
Oh, she was better today. Each day she seems to improve more. She was a little more in touch with reality. She still looks thin and has dark circles under her eyes, but she was very warm and friendly, and we blew kisses to each other when she left, and she asked about her cat. She was afraid she was dead.
Oh, thank you very much.
Order, Lieutenant Sergeant Gordon.
Sergeant Gordon will help you up on the 4th floor.
Oh, all right, thanks very
Thank
much.
you.
Thanks a lot.
Those tests, I guess, are pretty rough on her. That's what Mr. Hellman said.
Yeah, we didn't talk to her about that at all. We just talked to her about ourselves, the family, the usual thing.
How are her spirits, Mr. Hearst?
Oh, I think all right.
She's undergoing
She
the
just-
examination. I was wondering if it's pretty rough on her.
Well, I don't know what it was. I think
Is there anything about Mr. Bailey?
no.
That was her idea to have him be in the 8th? Was it her idea? We were told that.
I have no comment, really.
What about this? Isn't this dope? If there's somebody in that house, what? I heard there's somebody in there yet.
We're simply saying that the government can't prove criminal intent. We don't believe, and that's the issue on which the public hopefully will keep an open mind. Barring the unforeseen, Patricia Hearst will go on trial in this federal courthouse next week. The trial is expected to last 4 to 6 weeks. Stephen Gear, ABC News, San Francisco. We're simply saying that the government can't prove criminal intent. We don't believe, and that's the issue on which the public hopefully will keep an open mind. Barring the unforeseen, Patricia Hearst will go on trial in this federal courthouse next week. The trial is expected to last 4 to 6 weeks. Stephen Gear, ABC News, San Francisco.
It's absurd.
Joe. All right, back off now.
Bioma, Divra, Kibusei, Biamliak, Malkusei, Kachayakon, Uvyomekon, Ukhaye, the Chol, these soils. Magala.
What's to become of Gilmore, the killer who wanted to die? Will they just do away with Gilmore, or will they give him another try? Gilmore was a killer, didn't care if others had to lose. He wanted to face the firing squad, but his victim never got to choose. He said he wasn't scared of dying, but just the loneliness in time. So he asked the girl who loved him, won't you weld your soul to mine? They both tried to die together, thinking that they could win. But the cop-out didn't work out, so reality is with them again. Now the killer is lonely after all, gotta take that journey alone. No one to share it with him, no sympathy but his own. So what's to become of Gilmore, the killer who wanted to die? Will the soul that belongs to Gilmore give himself another try? What's to become of Gilmore, the killer who wanted to die? Will they just do away with Gilmore, or will they give him another try? What's to become of Gilmore, the killer who wanted to die? Will they just do away with Gilmore, or will they give him another try? What's to become of Gilmore?
Point is that the public has, that it would be
welfare checks.
Well, this is one, I don't know. It sounds, you know, this is one of the discussions, but this is what we... no, I haven't anything to say about it. Can't discuss it. I really am not a lawyer, and this is one of the things we're going to sit down and discuss. I believe she's well. They say she's well. They say they're going to take care of her, and I believe it. If I didn't believe it, I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing now.
How about indications that the people that would receive that food might not be interested?
Identified is really productive. It doesn't mean anything.
There's
obviously more than one of them.
How close are you to your 24/48 schedule right now?
Oh, we're still behind, unfortunately.
Are you going to be representing him?
Try to sell the story without actually.
Mr. Pressman, I don't think that it would be in the best interests of anyone that any.
Why don't you stop a second?
Do you feel that you were unfair to your client by taking these tapes and then trying to sell them?
I cried. I think that's enough, gentlemen, with respect to any further questions concerning his present relations.
May we ask him if he wants to see his son?
Yes.
Mr. Berkowitz,
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Please, come.
Maybe have a copy.
People, the son of Sam, well, Elvis Presley is of course a different type of category, Patty Hearst. These people...
For the legislature and for society to turn its back and allow them to profiteer from these activities, and that's what the bill is really.
Senator Gold, what prompted you to write the bill? Was it your own emotional response to some of the things that had gone on in the past?
Well, that's exactly right, Bob. Firstly, when the Gary Gilmore situation became so public, it dawned on me at that point that people were offering money, and yet the victims' families probably never brought lawsuits, and here this man eventually was killed, and there was the thought of family being left large sums of money. And then in New York, one day I picked up a local paper, and there was an article which said that there were publishers and writers waiting at the police precinct for this .44 caliber killer to be caught because they wanted to buy the rights to a story, and there were very large numbers spoken of. And at that point, we were in the closing hours of the legislative session. I realized that if he was caught after the session, we would have serious constitutional problems in passing a law next year. So I sat with the Minority Leader, Fred Ornstein, and with Warren Anderson, the Majority Leader, and they gave me the approval to go with the bill right away. And that led to 4 or 5 drafts in 24 hours. I discussed it with my counsel, Vin Friedman, with our Queens District Attorney, John Santucci. We mulled it over and came up with what we think is a fairly good bill. It was passed in the closing hours, and by real irony and coincidence, it was signed by the governor on the day that Mr. Berkowitz was being arraigned in Brooklyn.
What does it say about the way things are today that that sort of bill was necessary in the first place?
Well, Bob, of course, a right of personal censorship. There is nobody forcing people to read all of these stories. I understand some of the New York newspapers, while clamoring for justice and for justice in the courts, are still using it for front page publicity. They claim some of these papers have never sold as many copies. It just seems to me, though, that from the point of view of the individual who has done the act, that
kind of profiteering and exploitation worse now than it has been in the past, or?
Well, I don't know whether it's worse. I think it's more glaring. I know that there were other people who made money from writing stories of lives of crime. I think Carl Chessman was one, but of course Chessman claimed he was doing it to try to get himself out of jail. I think that it has come to light more in the last year than I remember, and it certainly, as I said with the Gary Gilmore situation, I thought it was just a total outrage that, especially I would see that he was thinking of magnanimously offering 40% to the families of the victims, and I just see nothing charitable about somebody who slaughters other people then saying, but don't worry, I'm going to leave your heirs a percentage of all of the money I make. I just don't think that's the proper social reaction to it.
But there is nothing that can be done to a market that is there for this type of material, but what can be done, I suppose, in other states is to aim laws at profiteering by the perpetrators.
Yes, the one thing which has been very exhilarating for me is the fact that I've been contacted by a number of legislatures throughout the country, as far as California and Connecticut, Ohio, Illinois. I was flown up to Canada to go on television there. They're interested in it. And it seems to me that it would be healthy if some of the other states and the federal government passed a similar law. But I think it's also raising some level of consciousness as far as the public is concerned as to, you know, where our emphasis ought to be in situations like this.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, pleasure.
There is a large, or has been a large volume of literature over the past several years that has grown out of things like this. We had the Patty Hearst things, the Manson books, the Gary Gilmore reactions, and Son of Sam. Is this something that's always existed, this interest in cases like these?
More or less, people in the public figure. See, we presented this, Bob, in the interest of news, just like the newspapers reported on this, just like television reported on this. We did not promote this book. We did not go out for the commercial dollar like some of these other people are doing. Like, I recall an incident where T-shirts are coming up. I am the Son of Sam T-shirts. What value actually does that have? This has value. This has news value, this has reporting value, this has research value. And that's the way we presented it.
Has your company had similar issues on other things like that in the past that you can remember?
No, but we always look for things like that. Something in the public domain that we feel would serve an interest. We'd like to come out with quick magazines. The company is geared for quick publications. We've got good editorial talent here. We react very quickly. We make quick decisions, and we put them right into motion.
Do you feel then that in a lot of cases tragedy creates its own literature?
Yes, in many cases. I think that's the history of American news media. You refer back to the days of Al Capone, where he was glorified. Dillinger, people like this, just part of American news media.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
feel a lot better if I were home right now. I'd like to get this over with so I can.
No question.
Camera, please.
Welcome home,
The federal pardon attorney spent months looking into it. And I think also the fact that she was in jail, went back to jail, had something to do with the change in public opinion. And the fact that she was kept in jail when the Harrises were tried. And when the Harrises confessed to kidnapping, I think swung it over the rest of the way. Plus the fact, I think, that all the people that were rooting for her and the committee and Ted Dumpke and everybody and all her friends that tried so hard to get her out, people that didn't know her, I think that all had a great deal to do with it. And I'm very appreciative.
I think the public opinion was a major factor.
Oh, I think it was a factor, but I don't think it would have done any good unless they'd really themselves, the division, the Justice Department and the pardon attorneys had spent really literally months looking into it and really satisfied themselves that this was, it was not just to keep her in, she was a victim. All right, thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Bye. Junior, that's all. You shouldn't put that down. Oh, I don't think so. Oh, God, no. Why don't you wait till after Patty goes and then ask and see?
That's what I meant.
But I don't know whether there's a chance of that, Karen. Did Dave keep you?
Yeah.
Yeah, all right, good. Okay, thanks. Bye.
Yeah, right.
Well, he got me today, I'll never.
No. It won't go any further. That's it. Electric gate. Make it manual. Yeah. Move it down. You want to move that back I want to stand on the lawn rather than cement. I'm the guy who didn't know what
Yeah, I'm rolling. You want to stop? Okay. Say again.
You're the one George said don't need it. That's Bernie's dirty laundry.
Everybody appreciated that, Dave. I'm in Posner.
Excuse me. Thank you very much. You're not sure. I appreciate it.
Just the most incredible ride. Planted right here. I'm right here. Shoot right through it.
Yeah.
You're gonna miss this son of a bitch. I had it.
Better to get a shot.
But then I don't see the car.
What car?
They're getting in that car.
Over there, on the left.
It's David Tower.
He thinks he's been loved for the
Get out of there. Oh shit.
No one in that
It's the old no funky car crash.
Oh, good, right in the way.
Oh, terrific. This should make for a dynamite shot.
I'm going to turn around.
That wasn't
He's turning the car around.
all it is. Keep
Telling us everything we can see. Charlie, you hear that?
Is that her?
No.
I'm just going to keep going. I'm not going to stop. I'm doing everything to go fair. Because that white car.
Keep going.
Why does he forward it?
I know, because he's a dipshit.
Give me that.
John?
Yeah.
That cable, get it out of my way when I come off of here. I don't want to break it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, shit. That's big guy was in there.
What's he doing? CMQN. Further. Should I cut? Can you run back there?
Yeah.
Waste. Rolling it.
after this, huh? They're never going to make the turn. Oh, they're going to go behind. Is this going to move? Is this moving?
We'll be going before or after.
They'll never be able to make a turn here.
Tape level. Bob? She's leaving here for good. Huh?
Okay, Mike. Go, go.
Is she going on a vacation?
Yeah.
How long is she going to be gone? Oscar.
Yeah, take care, Dave.
Carol, you want to go back up to SF?
Yeah. Yeah, it's marked like a yellow brick road. Hey, green. That's the ma'am. KSFO. Hey, Mikey. Anybody want to rotate? Michael Clark, rotate. Steve.
Oh, that's Josh Martinez. Yeah. And that other gentleman's
Listen, can I have your attention for a minute? Let's go. So I can tell you what's going to happen here.
Mike's stand by the...
Ingrid Martinez and Bernard Shaw and Mike McGillican are going inside the prison. Ingrid will go in and help Patricia get ready. And what will happen is that we'll be coming out through the glass house. Patricia will come here and stand by the mics. She'll make a couple of appropriate remarks. For a variety of reasons, we can't take a lot of time here, so we'll ask for your tolerance. It will be long enough for everybody to get all the pictures they need. Probably will not answer questions. And again, we'll have to ask for your understanding and tolerance under these circumstances. There's a variety of reasons why we have to kind of move on in a hurry.
Where are you going?
We're going right directly to our mother's house in Hillsborough.
I
can't answer questions now. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you take the orders and get them on now, because it's now or never.
I was shooting the job when she did. I shot the job. Nobody else is going to be any better, so.
Somebody's dead. Dead. Who's Jerry Bell? Who is Jerry Bell? Take care, sir.
Well, this is quite a difference from last time, and thank you all. And I'm really happy to be going home. And I want to thank my parents and my sisters and Bernie and George too and all of the people on the committee to release me. And this is what we worked so hard to get. There it is.
What is it?
The commutation.
Miss Hearst, there have been some reports you plan to do some writing, do you?
It looks like I'm going to have to.
What's the first thing you want to do when you get home?
Have breakfast with my family and friends, and I'm going to go there now, and thank you all so much.
You're going to take a vacation
Bye-bye.
of any kind? You're going to leave the area?
I am.
Where are you going?
Oh, I won't tell.
Thank you very much.
Sunrise.
Variation of a theme. He's on the right side. Bernie's a little bit. I couldn't get near enough. You're rolling still.
In the fall of 1975, one of the most wanted fugitives from justice in American history was captured. She was Patricia Hearst, Patty, and had been until recently a thoroughly conventional 19-year-old college student, daughter of the rich and powerful publisher Randolph Hearst. When the change began a year and a half earlier, Patty Hearst was the victim, kidnapped from her apartment in Berkeley, California by 3 members of the Symbionese Liberation Army. Less than 3 months after her abduction, she had adopted the philosophy and lifestyle of her kidnappers, perhaps under duress, and had taken an alias. Patty Hearst, a.k.a. Tanya, was photographed brandishing a gun during a bank holdup in San Francisco. On May 17th,
They're gonna man the windows and shoot across!
FBI agents and local police
Hi. Yeah, sorry, what is your name?
May I ask why?
Why
Why do you need to know my name?
What's your mum's name?
Why?
We're wondering, we're curious.
Never mind, I can't really speak right now. Go.
No, she's not know what we're doing.
Get out of there.
Okay. Rudy, could you tell me your name and spell it for me, please?
Rudy Kramer, K-R-A-M-E-R.
Just turn your shoulders. There we go. Thanks, Will. Great. Rudy, did you notice anything unusual over the road today?
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. Other than right now, there's a lot of news crews in the area and people taking pictures and interviewing people. And the mail carrier just told me we have a celebrity in the neighborhood, and people across the street apparently were involved in some kind of a federal arrest of some sort.
Have you ever met the Olsons?
Yes, we have lived here 20 years, and they moved in, I'm guessing, about 10 years ago. And over the every year we have block parties where people have gatherings and Christmas parties, summer events, and we have a lot of families that gather at those, and the Olsons were at some of them.
What sort of people are they, Rudy?
Well, I noticed that they do a lot of the husband and wife do a lot of exercising. He's a jogger and she's a jogger, and they push the exercise activity. We belong to a health club, and Sarah belonged to that. We've seen her a few times, and they do seem to try to keep physically fit.
Can you describe Sarah for us?
Other than seeing her at the block parties, we really didn't know the people very well.
Do you know the story of the SLA and the...
I just read a brief synopsis of it today, and then I remember back in I think it was about 1975 era when Patty Hearst was involved in the SLA and her civil liberties activities, and that she spent some time in prison and was eventually released, and there was some pretty terrible things going on while she was in the group. But I don't recall all the detail. Rudy Kramer, K-R-A-M-E-R, and the phone number is 651-699-4619. The very first activities that we were aware of, that they were involved in politics. They were with the fundraiser for one of the mayor candidates, Andy Dawkins, had a fundraiser at their house, and we didn't attend. We didn't know the people, and we weren't involved in the party, so we didn't attend. But I remember that that was the first exposure to the people, is when they had the political rally for Andy Dukakis.
What sort of politics were they in?
That's all I know, is that they used their home as one of the fundraising activities for a mayoral candidate, Andy Dawkins. He wasn't successful, but he's still in politics in some way.
Okay, and tell us about the daughter, because the daughter obviously is at home and she doesn't know anything about this.
I don't know even the ages of them. I know a year ago one of them was learning to drive, and that's when I realized that she's probably 16 years old, but I made that assumption. I really don't know.
What about the doctor?
He's a surgeon, I think, and he works odd hours. He'll be coming home in the middle of the night or in the morning. He's around during the day sometimes. I assume he's got doctor hours when they're on call. but I don't know even, I don't even remember what surgeon, what specialty he's in.
You can't recall the hospital he works for? Is
No, I don't even know if I've ever heard the hospital. I really don't know.
Private property.
Wonderful.
Don't say this. You're going to get started.
Oh, what's the story? Do you have any more details?
We don't.
Tell me about... Neighbour, this is obviously news to you. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, well, it's pretty amazing. You know, this is kind of a quiet place and pretty subdued by nature. You know, we haven't had anything exciting since the T. Eugene Thompson thing down the street, which is 20 or so years ago. Wow, pretty cool. So is Patty coming to visit?
I don't know about that. Did you ever meet the Olsons, Sarah Jane?
I don't
Olsen?
think so. Which house do they live in?
1795.
1795. Wow.
We don't know anything.
The SLA, huh? Are they still in business?
I have no idea.
I think that's about it.
Okay. Hi, how you doing? Do you live in the area?
No, my friend does. She lives right there.
Oh, is that right? In this place just up here?
Yeah.
Yeah, what is her name?
Sophie Peterson.
Okay. Do you know the people that live in that house? Sophie?
I don't know her family too well. I mean, she's a friend of mine from school. And
do you know her mother, Sarah?
I've met her a couple times.
Yeah. Can you tell me, can you describe Sarah for us?
She's about average height. She has reddish hair about to her shoulders. Fairly skinny.
And so your connection with the Olsons is?
Sophie. From school, we both started going to the arts high school in Golden Valley this year, or rather last year now. And I hung out with her a lot at school, and then so summertime now, and we're keeping in touch.
Did she call you to come around today? Or are you
No.
coming around anyway?
I talked to her yesterday, and we decided to get together today.
And sorry, what was your name?
Natasha Filipovich.
How would I spell that?
Filipovitch.
Great. Thank you, Natasha.
You're welcome.
You said, was it Sophie?
Mm-hmm.
Is her daughter that you knew?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it Sophi?
Yeah.
Okay. And what year are you guys?
Next year we'll be seniors.
Okay. And what school was it?
The Lola and Rudy Perpich Center for Arts Education, if you want to be technical.
Okay. What is the?
We call it the Arts High School.
It's called the Rudy Perpich.
Yeah, the Lola and Rudy Perpich Center for Arts Education.
Okay.
Yeah.
Long name.
Yeah, we tend to call it the Arts High School because the name's so long.
Do you know? Sophie has a couple sisters, right?
Yeah, she has.
Did they also go? She's got two.
No, they didn't go to the Arts High School.
Do you know where they go?
No, I don't.
Okay. Is Sophie 18, 19, 17?
17.
Okay. Thanks.
You're welcome. Peterson?
Peterson?
Yeah, I think so.
Let me make sure I got your names correctly. Natasha. And is it Filipovitch?
Yep.
Okay, and you're how old?
17.
You'll be a senior next year, this fall?
What's your name? I'm sorry.
Natasha. N-A-T-A-S-H-A. Filipovich. F-I-L-I.
We're all out here?
No.
Do you want me to tell you?
Yeah.
Okay. Apparently, Mrs. Olson, Sarah Jane Olson, if that is her name, is apparent that's an alias for Kathleen Ann Celaya. And then she was involved in the Symbionese Liberation Army.
Patty Hearst abduction.
And about 20 years, and so has been a fugitive from justice since then. And so she was apparently picked up today, arrested, FBI, LAPD, local authorities. And so we're trying to find out, actually, one thing, if we've got the right family, because we don't want to be stalking the wrong family, but just, what they're like and people who know them.
Do you know the Peterson family?
I know Sophie. I don't know the rest of the family very well.
Do you know what her parents' names are? Or her dad? No, he's
I don't know her parents' names. I don't stay at their house very often. I'll come and pick her up and we'll go bowling or something. But
how do you know Sophie? Are you
school?
You guys in the same grade together?
Yeah.
What school do you go to?
The Arts High School in Golden Valley.
Have you ever been at their home, inside their home?
Yeah.
How would you describe them as a family?
When I've been inside their house, it's usually been late at night, like me and Sophie were watching TV or something, and so most of the family was in bed. Like they weren't functioning as a family at that time because it was too late. So I don't really know how they function as a family.
What kind of interactions have you had with Sophie's parents?
Hi, I'm Tasha. That's about it.
Well, people in the neighborhood sort of describe them as like a perfect family, kind of quiet. Mom jogs and the dad, he drives off in his red sports car from time to time. Does that jive with what you know about them?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
To be a normal nuclear family.
What would you add to that description?
I don't know. I'm not very good at describing entire families.
Or what comes to mind? What's the words that come to your mind?
Oh boy.
Did you like it when you went over there?
Yeah, it's a very comfortable house. Like inside the house, there's a lot of things that just, it's very like a laid-back environment. Yeah.
The folks seem pretty nice.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't assume otherwise,
Natasha, you're 17 years old. You go to what school? Golden?
It's...
Simon?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll just call back later, okay?
Can you tell us who answered the door?
Her dad.
Her dad?
Yeah.
And what did he get to tell you?
Just that Sophie's out with some friends right now. I'm gonna call back later and get a hold of her.
And what sort of a mood do you think he was in?
Overwhelmed.
He was overwhelmed?
Yeah.
What other things, what other words would you use to describe him?
I don't know, he just seemed like he didn't really enjoy all the attention. Yeah. That was about all I got. He didn't talk to me very long, so.
Do you know her sister's name by chance or no?
I think her older sister's name is Emily.
Who's in there? You just talking?
Her dad.
Her dad is in there.
Older sister Emily, she's got a younger one too, is that right? Or?
Yeah, and I don't remember her younger sister's name.
Okay.
I think it might. this time. And you said she was involved in a play as recently as March?
Yes, that was a one act that we had in a festival, and she got an award for excellence in acting.
Wow.
Well, yeah, she was.
What was the name of that play? Free theater, but no one there had been there more than 6 years, so nobody there knew her.
I don't believe she. I think that she worked with Minnesota Shakespeare Company. She worked with about 4 other theater groups. Camden Community Theater in 1986. There's a number of other ones, but they're all small outlying theaters.
Yeah.
This theater in Park Square are
the
only 2, the majors. I think she did like 4 shows for Park.
But yes, she did work here a few years ago. I said, well, do you have a list of plays or anything you said? It's like, I don't have any more information right now, so I don't know whether he was new or whether he was just like caught off guard.
He's been around for a long time, so.
Well, he sounded like he was getting barraged with calls.
I'll bet.
Yeah.
She did a wide variety of stuff. The main stage show she did here was A Fair Country, which was about a year ago.
Do you know an Eric Quam?
No, I can't say that I do. How do you spell the last name?
I think it's K-U-A-M.
No.
Okay.
Lynn Musgrave.
Okay.
And Lynn's home phone 789-2904.
612?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
She directed her.
Well, you know, she was a theater major at Santa Barbara. I guess she graduated.
Yeah, the very first, we ask our actors to fill out bio sheets. And the very first bio sheet she filled out when she moved here in '86 was, well, you're obviously way too young for this question. I think Symbionese, I think that had an African root.
I've been wondering what the origins of the Symbionese. I mean,
It has an African origin. Huh, that had never occurred to me.
Okay.
If you want a low profile, the theater would be one of the last things.
Not thinking. Yeah, maybe so.
Of course, dramatic shows about apartheid don't play to a lot of people anyway.
Yeah, that's true. You got a point
it's
there.
still low profile. It's not like she was in Annie.
That's the one that Eric Quam directed her in. Oh, really? Yeah, so I guess
Irony. What can I say? It's all art.
Man. I just wonder, I mean, her daughters aren't, her oldest child is 17 or 18. So what was the last major production she did here about a year ago?
A Fair Country is the title of it. And that was a show about apartheid. The director of that show was Pamela Nice, who specializes in political statement theater. That's one reason she wanted to do the show. So that's interesting. The very first show she does here, she mentions working with South Africa, and the last main stage show was on South African apartheid.
Yeah. Do you like her acting ability? I mean, for what you've seen, is she a good actress?
Oh yeah, yeah. I don't know that she could play every role.
Yeah.
But for what she's casting.
Do you know whether she had a job outside of her theater work?
I don't know.
I told a number of years ago she may have owned a bookstore. That was years ago.
We haven't been able to track that down yet.
Again, the Lynn Musgraves and the Pam Nices that would, I mean, during rehearsal, when they take a break and everybody sits around and talks, that's when you get to know people, you know. And I was never in those situations because I'm not in the
Country. Some of the other production she was in.
let me see here. The Lion in Winter. Liz Estrada. The first one you have there's Passion.
Oh.
How many is that?
1, 2, 3, 4.
And did you have Great Expectations?
I didn't have that one.
Okay.
Overall, do
That's
I?
it. Of course you do.
I always have Great Expectations. All right. Oh, this is a list of all the.
Yeah. We're the oldest theater in Minneapolis.
I didn't know that.
Yep. In fact, there's only one theater older than we are in the entire Twin Cities area. That's Old Log out in Excelsior. So sometimes I say that we're the oldest theater in the Twin Cities, and then I tell Don Stoltz that you're in Excelsior. You're not in the Twin Cities.
Yeah.
So you don't count.
Celaya wasn't a member of the group then, but she later joined the SLA along with Hearst, who joined after the group. Three, two, one. They don't know much about what she's been doing lately, but they say they know what she's done in the past. The SLA was famous for kidnapping newspaper heiress Patty Hearst in 1974. Celaya wasn't a member of the group then, but she later joined the SLA along with Hearst, who joined the group after she was kidnapped. The FBI says after Celaya's attempts to kill police officers, they never stopped looking for her. Soundbite 321. With an assist from America's Most Wanted, they finally tracked her down in this upscale St. Paul neighborhood, now living her life with an alias, Sarah Jane Olson.
To come back, this St. Paul school will face some budget cuts. Doug Nienhuis worries about the loss of teaching assistants. Lawmakers may have increased funding for Minnesota schools, but some of that money is tied to the number of low-income children going to the school. Randolph Heights is only 47% low income, so it's getting a much smaller piece of the budget.
I've spoken with nobody about it. I've spoken with no one. Anything that you've seen written in the press has been confabulated.
Well, how can we make that a little more accurate then? Is there any way you could give us a statement?
I can't do so, I'm sorry.
All right.
I have minor children that are being very disrupted by your cameras and your
Well, we're trying to be outside, and can I just say one thing about this? If you could give us a statement, I guarantee you we're not going to be, I mean, this is kind of the unfortunate part of our business, and having us wait is really the only way, but having say something, excuse me, is one way to circumvent or shortcut this. If you could just give us a statement, sir.
No shortcuts, I'm sorry, no comment until after that arraignment.
How about your wife? Did you have any idea?
No comment.
Thank you. How much bed did you get since I'm standing right in front of the camera? I realize that.
Well, the blood pressure up.
Test, 1, 2. It happened so quickly. It rocked a neighborhood and it took the life of one man, Jerry Beauvais. Beauvais was an artist, a man who loved history. This house, the explosion, is not the way friends and family hope he is remembered. It's what he did here at the Minnesota History Center that will be his legacy. This was his artwork. Brickley says he had a special and unique talent. He could take a concept, a vision, and put it into the form of a model, like this one. It's a model for an exhibit that is now at the Mille Lacs Indian Museum in Onamia. It depicts the Ojibwe through the seasons. He also created this model for our gathering places, African Americans in Minnesota.
Which is it was just begin to make public statements, because this isn't a story, this isn't me telling my own side, this is a case in which they're trying to take away my freedom forever and destroy me and destroy
to you the inequities that are being trammeled, the lack of justice that will be occurring in this case.
Well, I'm outraged by what happened. I realize that there has been a balancing act, I guess, according to my attorneys, on some of the charges today, but I have to stand here and do something I really didn't want to do, which is just begin to make public statements, because this isn't a story, this isn't me telling my own side, this is a case in which they're trying to take away my freedom forever and destroy me and destroy my family, and in the process, castigate my friends with all kinds of false premises, such as stupid things like running a terrorist website. It's the Defense Committee website. I was not in Los Angeles. I did not place those bombs under those cars. I was not in Carmichael Bank in Sacramento. I am innocent, and I have a family that I have to keep together through all this. And didn't do it. I'll be here every day, obviously, for this trial. I look forward in the long run to having my innocence proved. But it's certainly been an ordeal, and it will continue to be. And I think that if we didn't have people telling stories, particularly two main witnesses, Officer Bryan, and of course, as we all know.
Are you asking for a discovery hearing?
No, I'm asking for the court to rule on these offers of proof before the time of trial, because what's happening is we've got to go to the Alameda County DA's office to look at what evidence is there based on the court's ruling that perhaps some of that evidence will be admissible. Same thing with Carmichael. We've got to go to the Sacramento DA's office now to look at what evidence.
Well, you know that they're going to attempt to bring in Carmichael, and they're alleging that Ms. Olson was directly involved in that, and I believe that's what Ms. Hearst is expected to testify to. So you can count for right now that that would be admissible evidence. Okay. I can tell you that. The other, is there a document that...
We have zero from that. So it might be a good day to finally iron out.
I have no problem with setting March 30th as a pretrial discovery date for both sides, and if we can resolve other issues at that date, that would be fine. We'll set it at 10 a.m.
And could we have a date by which we would receive from them?
They're going to have it for you in 2 weeks.
Oh, fine.
That's what he said. Mr. Latin, Ms. Hunter indicated 2 weeks. Yes.
I just want the court to be mindful and aware of just sort of the practical aspect of this. The people have made it clear that as you...
Locked doors. We will arrange the way it used to work, the closest Xerox machine, which was causing a disaster as far as the operation of the courts. We have Xerox machines on each floor. They're behind locked doors. We will coordinate, you will coordinate with Ms. Warren, and she will make available the Xerox machine that is just... And counsel, written ruling, I'll do so. If I need input, be prepared to be here. All right, we're in recess. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Yes? Oh, there's one other matter. Yes. Hold it. Well, we'll have to make arrangements as to whatever Xerox machine you use, but that's the best I can do for you, counsel. We have limitations. Now, there is another matter. I'm telling the defense on the record.
Put a unit across Compton at 54. That would stop the northbound traffic that's coming up Compton. R92, we are not at 53rd Compton. You have a Z unit there, and they are in peril if they don't move.
Oh, you gonna tell us how to make it look? Bedroom, my bedroom.
Other than about 6 or 8 minutes in the driveway on the west side of the location, all you have is a group of about 40, 45 on the south side of 53rd and the southwesterly direction.
All right, don't go on any further. That's enough.
recognize any formalist.
Apparently, there was an earlier ruling.
Get out, get out, get out, get out, get out, get out!
This way, all right? Hey, you heroes.
Get out the street! Get out the street! You in the blue shirt! Get out the street! What's wrong with you? Go over there, get out! Hey, get out the way there! In front of the place over there, get out! Get out of there, they're shooting that way!
That idiot.
Morty David, name your location for the delivery of the ammo! Where do you want the ammo?
ambulances to come down. Code 2, we'll need additional ambulances to come down because we're going to have some injuries if this keeps up. To your location, Code 3, about Sergeant Michael. This is Control 1, 5 King 5-5 advises She is receiving fire at the alley 5-6 in Compton. Command post is not...